go live then. Woohoo! Seems to be working. For some reason it says that it has 1 hour duration. It's 20 seconds out of 1 hour. I hope the stream doesn't stop after 1 hour, because that would be a very shameful display.
Yeah, it wouldn't be great, no, but I guess not really using YouTube to stream before has its downsides. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's just really weird. I mean, it shouldn't be the case, so... Okay, Sijun just said that he has some bug. Okay, wait, they need 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And still 2 more. Okay, I'll just post
Leonidas of Sparta.
a lobby. Okay, yeah, so Veronis Marksman seem to have some, well, some of the people in that team seem to have problems with Discord. Or just being online but not being in the game. Okay. So I'm just going to have a roll in the chat. I rolled 75 out of 100. Need to tell CJ to roll in chat. Okay, YouTube streaming is definitely quite stupid. It constantly keeps saying me that my stream bitrate is too high, but it isn't. Maximum is 51,000. I'm streaming at 12, so YouTube can go screw itself. But covers up the thing that says excellent connection, so I cannot monitor how excellent my connection is.
Interesting. Seems like a bit of a UI issue there.
Yes, Fusion definitely didn't roll correctly. I'll just roll again. Okay, so left side decides, so I'll start with a side selection. I would like to work with people who are organized. That would be so nice.
It would make things interesting.
And when I say do X, Y, and Z simple thing, they do X, Y, and Z simple thing. D side. So probably A. No, that's not A. It's DE. So that would be the right side.
I think so, yeah.
That is the most convoluted way of saying the right side. Okay. I hope this doesn't make the game lag for me, because it used to in the past.
I would lower the quality if you'd like, just to like 720 or something like that.
It's 1080p right now. You want me to lower it?
I'm just saying if it does cause you issues, you can. I should still be able to see what's going on at a little bit lower resolution.
Doubt that really impacts it. But I guess I can.
I bow before no man.
I should probably take Arminius forces or something.
I think that's the pretty standard observer.
Yeah. So the 5 minutes to submit the rosters have passed. Not a single team have submitted their rosters to me. So I guess I should just disqualify them both and move on to the next map. Is that the conclusion we are reaching?
I'll go into the voice. I can only see one. I can go in there and just say, "Oi, oi, you need to say who you're playing."
Yeah, we can go and do that. Oh wait, Arcneon just sent something to me. There we go. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 players, but it's incorrect. Yeah, so the captains are supposed to be observers in this tournament. So they lead their teams, but they do not participate in the battles themselves with their own units. So they just issue commands to the rest of the players. And the roster that I have, I got submitted to me, is incorrect because it contains a captain as one of the players.
All right, I'll just go let them know.
I also gave you the permission to go to the next to the other team. Ah, I got something wrong, Sulfur. Nice ESPs. Greg Gowan Glaives. Stop.
Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's just fixing it now as well. He's got who he's going to sub in, but not what units they're playing yet.
Yeah, cool. You know, I always expect it to be rough around the edges when nobody really gives a damn about the organization of it, other than me. But I cannot organize the tournament, cast the tournament, and also lead both teams the way they should be led. So, yeah. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
I think after I've done it once or twice, they should get into the
swords. Okay, it doesn't break the rules. That is a valid roster. Okay, so somebody is missing from the left team. Let's see. Krasiwy is in here. Inquisitor. I guess it's Inquisitor who's missing. Now Inquisitor joined, but he's on the wrong side. Where is that? If one player too many, or one of the players on the left side is a player from the right side. Oh wait, I see two Krasivy's PvP. I'll just go there and fix it.
I assume it's the one that isn't readied up, so...
Forest, and I think I will
hello?
leave 1
Guys?
minute to buff the initial
Guys?
fight with
Guys, let me speak.
with what?
Let me speak. Important thing. There are 2 Krasivis PvP in the lobby, and Archidon is probably one of them.
It's showing me as Mitchell right now.
Yeah, it's fucking bad. So you're the last one. Just take tier 1 units of some sorts. Arminius for cavalry is the best one. So the last one is you, right?
Okay, I think it just fixed it.
Yeah, by switching units it fixes it. Okay, good. Okay, I'm back to casting and you can go back to planning.
Welcome back.
Streams automatically at 1080p 60 FPS. So I need to change it.
No worries. So is there only 1 missing, I think? Or 2?
Oh, just go there as well.
Points.
So who's missing?
Yeah, I know.
Hey, Mr. What
you
now?
still need 2 more players in the lobby to start a battle. We're waiting.
I mean, I told everyone to join,
Well, then do all
and I
roll
put the
call
code in.
and see who's missing.
It's I believe it's Dobry and Mongol.
We have Dennis, he's here. Greg,
Yes.
yeah, he is in here. Gray is. Bella is. Stepan is. Espada is. Yeah, so Dobry and Moldunchik are missing. Hello, guys? No response? Join the lobby!
Okay.
Game, bro.
Everybody's waiting for you. Dobry,
To me.
Mongolchik, get in the lobby, you have the link, Astolfo posted it in the channel.
Окей. Добрый, go.
Куда?
Из боя, go. И погнали. В лобби.
Ага, идем.
Are we okay to stream the game? Yes or no?
No.
Okay.
Don't tell me you guys entered a battle while you're supposed to be playing a tournament. Just leave the battle, let your commander get stuck, because that's not what you're supposed to be doing.
I wait, pre-wait.
Welcome back.
We are not working with organized people, that's for sure.
Well, hopefully their performance on the battlefield is a little better than their performance in organization skills.
I have no idea what the fuck they're doing. From the sound of it, they were playing a game. Well, they're supposed to be participating in a tournament. That was, you know, the battle was supposed to start 30 minutes ago. Right. Oh, there we go.
That's everyone.
They finally have graced us with their presence.
at tier 8 though, so I need to just tone that one down a little bit.
That's probably what he was playing in solo queue, so he just needs to change it. But I think there might have been some miscommunication in there as well, because I stormed in there, told them to join the fucking lobby because everybody's waiting for them, and suddenly they're joining. But Astolfo couldn't control them.
Alright, there we go. Just needs to ready up and then we're good.
Yeah, just waiting for Mongol Chigai. So, okay, turns out, because Dobry was just playing a battle, his commander got stuck in, most likely. So now he cannot play what he was supposed to play. So now they would be breaking the rules, because they would have 9 Roman swords. But as long as 6 of them are heavy and 3 of them are medium, that should be okay.
Okay, so I guess even with that alteration, what do you think of the draft unit-wise?
I'm trying to get this shit started first of all. Everybody's ready, let's go. We can talk about the draft once we're on the battlefield, because we are 33 minutes behind the schedule. Which we're going to ignore. And just enjoy playing.
Did the play button work?
Trying to make it work, but it usually takes like 10-15 seconds. There we go.
Fair enough.
They have to... I mean, I always click it probably twice. First time it probably works, then second time because, like, come on, start working
Yeah, it
already.
just looked like it was fading in and out. I was wondering what the hell was going on with it.
Okay, so Team Sarmatian Lances, which I don't have the overlay for, but whatever, has Quo on Boudica Swordsman, Mishet on Sula Swordsman, Krasiwy PvP on Elephants, on Hasdrubal, not Hannibal, Rex on Caesar Infantry, Special on Leonidas Spearmen, Vertigo on Knane Archers, Inquisitor on Caesar Swords, and Ahun on Scipio Cavalry. So heavy Romans, just 1 cavalry, 1 cavalry player, 1 elephant player, and 1 ranged player. The rest is infantry. How about your team? The team Eberron's Marksman. Oh, you don't see it because you're not in the lobby.
That's correct.
That is correct, see? I'm not used to just streaming through on Discord. Yeah, anyway. So go on, you glaives.
Yep.
Infantry, Leonidas, Sula, also Knane Archers, but 2 cavalry players, but no elephants. So that's the only mismatch. And we have 2.
Well, I think it's definitely
we have a
interesting.
shit ton of disconnects. Okay, what the fuck is going on?
Oh, that's it's an odd one, but it's interesting that obviously
Okay,
Quo and
crashed.
both Misha.
Yeah, okay, restart. Now we're restarting.
probably because the lobby was up for a while. But it's interesting to see Quo and Mishet both not on who we thought they were going to take. We sort of saw Mishet as maybe the elephant player and Quo as the cavalry player. You hyped him up, so interesting to see them both on swords. See how that plays out. Putting
custom
Prasini
battle error.
on the elephants.
Okay. Okay, I have communicated everything that I needed to communicate. Now I can restart the game. Yeah, I wish I could just be a caster and somebody else would organize the tournament in the background for me and solve all the bullshit, and I'm just sitting here and commenting. Sadly, no such luxury can be afforded. But yeah, I think, you know, since the first 6 battles are the warm-up stage, maybe they're just trying different things. Maybe Quad is tired of always playing the meta Skip Your Cavalry in every single tournament, so he takes this opportunity, which is a for fun tournament, with no prize, no pride behind it whatsoever. You know, just have fun on some other units and see how they work in a competitive environment. So he's testing and having fun.
Yeah, fair enough. It was interesting to also see the double Caesar swords. I think having one to buff up your main infantry sort of formation, that's understandable. That's pretty solid, I think. But maybe taking 2 Caesars is possibly indicating that they might try and split up their forces, utilize well if they work together.
I was like, did you get the code? I mean, I wanted to say that, but I was like, god damn it, you're watching for Discord. It's so weird, it's the first time I'm doing it. So...
It's a little bit odd, but
yeah, because always when I do a co-cast of a tournament, the guy who I'm co-casting with is on the other side. Yeah, so...
That's obviously Sigerion, or apologies if I butchered that pronunciation, but he's obviously spectating the other team and he's got his own stream going. So
yeah,
just watching
in French.
It was interesting when you were like, so what about your team, George?
Yeah.
Not really too sure. I can see the units, but the commanders, I mean, I don't have a clue.
Okay, I hope everybody's in the... Well, we're still missing 2 players.
Oh, you'll have to start.
Maybe somebody takes a little bit longer to restart. What?
You'll have to start the stream again because you had to restart.
Oh yeah, that stops the stream.
It does indeed. Discord's pretty wonky with what streams and what doesn't. If you move to the SUNTZU channel and then come back, then it stays. Who are we waiting on then? So... not quite sure. I think it's a melee player.
Okay, Vertigo. Isn't he on the other team though? Maybe not.
I'll have a quick look.
No. I think yeah, he's on the correct team. Yeah.
He is indeed.
So now there are 2 players missing from Astolfo's team. So, and I remember Dobry being missing, and yeah, so we just said Bella crashed. Just arena things? I think just arena community things.
It's a combination of both, I think. Alright, we're only missing one then?
Yeah, it's Perazgos, he crashed, so we need to wait for him to
Right, okay. He shouldn't be more than a couple of minutes.
restart the game.
Well, getting the crashes out of the way early, I guess, is an advantage.
Yeah. There we go. Okay, well, so now since we have that opportunity, let's go over the team compositions. So before the crash, we have already highlighted that, well, I have highlighted that one team has elephants, cavalry, and archers. The other team doesn't have elephants, also has archers, but instead has 2 players of cavalry. The rest is infantry. So let's compare the infantry forces. They have glaives and foxes next to standard Roman swords and Leonidas spears. Astolfo needs to ready up. So the other team, 2 Caesars, 1 Sulla, Boudica, which is, I guess, also, well, it's not unconventional. Boudica is also very meta, but rather you would see her on dogs, but on tier 7, specifically Andrata's swords are very good because of their ability, Andrata's Roar, which is minus 20 moral AoE.
Yeah, very strong, especially with the cycling capability there. I think the Summation Lancers, they're still favouring a lot of those AoE buffs, with the Boudica obviously, and with the double Caesars, the Hasdrubal on the elephants there, and the Sulla. I think that it'll be interesting to see how they all utilise those abilities together. Obviously, some of them more defensive, some of them more offensive, seeing how they split.
Yeah, the teams are roughly evenly matched when it comes to the infantry rosters. One thing that surprises me is that we have only 1 Leonidas player per team instead of 2, because as we have established in the past, Leonidas is both the best defender and the best attacker. He's just an amazing damage dealer, an amazing tank, and when he combines both of those qualities, he can just do pretty much anything he pleases. So, we see Team Sarmatian Lances setting up their Leonidas to defend point B and also rush towards Z. And we already have cavalry charges in the middle, where Perazgos has charged Akhun. We go, another charge, Akhun versus Mongolchik. This time it's Roman cavalry versus Roman cavalry.
Those archers are moving up a little bit close there, but I think they're still going to be safe, especially with some more infantry moving up behind them.
Yeah, they have definitely the cavalry advantage, and they're using it to their advantage, not letting the enemy cavalry anywhere close to their archers so that they can get into advantageous positions on top of the hill early, nice and early. There we go, a flanking maneuver into
Let's see if Rex can react though. They're pinging it out for him, but Rex hasn't managed to catch it in time. He might be able to catch the units on the pull through, there we go.
Yeah, Akhun's counter charge was pretty good, stopped most of that charge. Now the cavalry is going to get routed. No, last second of Perseverance, but now more cavalry is coming in. And Eberron's marksmen have pretty much taken control over the hill already. Well, maybe flanking.
But I think we see Salmation's relatively unopposed on E though, so kind of trading flanks at this point. Might be beneficial.
Pushing with elephants over there. Yeah, they have elephants as well. And Caesar, let's see. It is only 2 units of glaives. That should be fairly easy to defeat with the force they have here. 4 units of infantry plus 2 elephants versus only 2 units of glaives.
The glaives are relatively strong against the elephants, of course, but it's Hasdrubal elephants, so he can just buff those swords infantry. They're just going to probably bowl over those glaives. Not quite sure who the commander was, but
looks like go on here. Yeah, we can see him.
I mean on the swords that are attacking the glaives there.
Caesar.
So
also here you can see on B, they just have 3 units doing absolutely nothing, so they're kind of wasting resources. So maybe they should be switching them over to A to help.
One elephant is
the
going
team
to C
recover.
to try and just block the cap there when it comes up in 40 seconds, or he could just try and wrap all the way around.
It's probably going to C. Yeah, we can see the arrow leading up there. Cavalry is in there, so that's good. That's good that they have sent an elephant there. Could have routed them with Roar. Yeah, he has that ability. So a missed opportunity to route one of the units for free.
I think it all depends whether the Sarmatians can rally around this A point.
Well, yeah, they need to heal, so what they need to do, everyone's marksman, they just need to deny the healing. They have one slightly dead unit of cavalry over there, so we'll see if they can succeed.
Though. If he's used well, charged through, not take much damage, he can really be a thorn in the side there.
In the meantime, almost captured. Glaives on the verge of dying, almost dropping below 10. There we go. Now they're going down. Point will start to be captured. Elephant denied healing. Oh, yeah, the one of them is coming back, but I don't think it can make it there in time. C contested by elephants. Special swords as well in there. Bees well, will be locked any second now, so they can already start moving from there. And they do get healing on A, but Eberron's marksmen are still pushing forward.
The enemy has lost a capture point.
Their ranged units have managed to get that regen there, so they're going to start pouring down from the high ground there. It's just if they can defend it, which I think that was Rex's infantry has just come back, so he's coming forward, is going to try and stop those foxes.
Yeah, Steppenwolf is finally reaching the healing zone, but it's a little bit too late. But only 2 units remaining for Sarmatian Lances on top of A. That's cavalry in Oath and Caesar infantry, but more is coming.
Run. Ahun cavalry from the rear, absolutely freebie here. See if he gets a good charge off.
Well, it's all about pretty much getting the Scipio inside the point and just using Oath in there. Let's remember that Eberron's marksmen have cavalry advantage, so if they push all of their cavalry that we don't really know where it is, other than, okay, we now see it showing up at C, so it's quite far away from getting onto A. So I think Sarmatian Lances will be able to defend A, and then the most important point will be C. But at the moment, since Sarmatian Lances have already taken E, they control 3 points at the moment. Eberron's marksmen control only 1, so they definitely need to come up with something, some clever maneuvers to try to come back into this game.
Special spears and the double Caesar swords there just coming onto C, so that's looking pretty done and dusted. I don't think the cavalry can stay there, but
yeah, there's only 1 unit of cavalry that isn't in Oath. They're just now using Oath, while already being down to just 10
possible
men.
cooldown though. We did see Mongol charge his cavalry in right
Possibly.
at the beginning there.
Ooh, nice stop of the recall there by Vertigo. Grey cannot retreat and replenish his troops. And will be possibly chased down by Ahun's cavalry as they finish off the last remaining units on top of A that were contesting. So now they're getting points from A and C being captured. That is looking really, really good for Sarmatian Lances. Cavalry may get there in time. Special needs to block it with his phalanx. He's moving forward really nicely together with Inquisitor. And they didn't even make it in time. No charge, maybe it wasn't pulled down. But yeah, it's looking really good for Sarmatian Lances. Pretty bad for Eberron's marksmen at the moment. Well, it's starting pretty well for them. Go on.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting to see what these units that were massed on A to just defend that to the last man, see whether they'll come forwards, maybe stay on the hill, or properly try and push their advantage. I mean, we see them on E, they're not going anywhere, they've set up for the day, they're going to be sitting there. I think that's it's 1 Caesar and obviously 1 elephant, so lots of buffs there. I think that's going to stand pretty strong. You can't go over there with cavalry. All of those units will eliminate any cavalry presence. But we can see on the minimap they are keeping some units back at A because they do obviously realise that they are against superior cavalry, as well as having those foxes who can just run through the forest as if it's not there. So lots of backcap potential, possibly from Eburadus.
Oh, we have an attack on E over here, so maybe that's what they're trying to do. They have realised, okay, most of the enemy team is on the AD side, so let's try counter-attack on E. They do have 2 units of archers, 2 units of glaives, something on the watchtower, and possibly all the cavalry coming there. What I would do if I were Sarmatian Lances is just put an elephant on top of A, and that pretty much denies any form of backcapping, and that cavalry definitely has better things to do than trying to capture C against all that infantry force that they should know that is there.
I think maybe just trying to pull them off the point, but that does make them more dangerous. If they're not on the point, they're more likely to go forwards and stop that contest of the E point there that they're trying to do. Eburonis are trying to do at the moment.
Yeah, the chance to come back for Eberron's marksman into this game is now the attack onto D by Sarmatian Lances. If that attack fails and Eberron's marksmen utilize their healing zone and the advantage that it provides to then launch a swift counterattack, that may still turn the odds in this battle, or maybe just try to rush A and then rush base. That's another opportunity that they may go for, but we see even bigger concentration of forces now around E. Glaive's trying to protect against Ahun's cavalry that is trying to squeeze around, and well, it's definitely delaying the enemy, but we have Dennis on his Leonidas Spearman on top of E, so at least that point will be contested for quite some time. So less of a point gain per second for Sarmatian Lances.
It looks like the Eburonis have managed to stop the push on D with some very, very deep they were Boudica swords, I believe. So interesting position there, just trying to match blow for blow what the Falxes are doing, really. We saw the Falxes go through the forest to attack the A point previously.
Yeah, we also see some units sneaking over here to A. What do they have over here? Sula infantry. Okay, it's not Scipio.
That's not gonna be moving for a while though. Especially with the prescription. It's not going to kill the unit.
Depends how many units are trying to sneak. If it's just one, then yeah sure. But if it's more, then it might be trouble for Sula if he gets routed.
There's one elephant going back, I believe. I believe the elephant on C, he seems to be going back to A point. So I'll just go back to the base.
To heal. But maybe after healing he'll go there. But all elephants are on the map. And this elephant is full HP. So I don't understand that decision, but whatever. Let's see how the attack on E goes. Only 2 units remaining for Sarmatian Lances. There's an elephant incoming. They do have 2 units of archers over here. Third one is over here as well.
Very aggressive play from the Steppenwolf archers, trying to get in and do as little friendly fire as possible.
Doing pretty well. If he only needs that, he needs to be aware of the cavalry. There's cavalry approaching from the Eberron's marksman as well. But it's maybe going towards C, maybe trying to flank around the E.
Diverted one,
oh, he doesn't see it. He didn't see it. Okay, Steppenwolf loses 1 unit of archers. Well, have HP on it, didn't really lose that many soldiers.
That's okay, I think Palaskos managed to come in relatively quickly on that one.
Yeah, maybe that was just a bait. See, he wasted a charge on archers and now he gets charged himself.
He's just gone through the marshes. He's going to try... Oh no, he's going back. I forgot the point is locked.
Yeah, he can go
by surprise there.
Yeah, that was just to attack E from behind.
Surprising rear flank. And straight into the glaives as well. I'm not quite sure what happens to cavalry there.
But remember, this is Scipio cavalry, so Oath should be available. There we go.
There we go, it's up now.
So it was not only about charging archers, but also just getting that cavalry inside the point. We also have now Elephant, but Elephant is exposing its rear to the archers, so if barrage is available now, that is a perfect opportunity to use it.
It does have heals, so it can sustain itself a little bit better.
The heal is being denied by cavalry, so that's looking
but
pretty
the heal
good
has
for Eberron's marksman. Oh, has dribble. That's true. But yeah, it doesn't look good. He's almost down to like 10% HP, if not less.
I think he's just throwing it and trying to do as much damage as possible and just respawn
Trying to buy time, and there we go. There he goes down. The cavalry unit charges in last second. Does he have Oath? Routed very quickly. Oath literally last second, but he's just going to be killed.
There's not enough left.
Mishet is also pulling through with his Sula, but I think he can just be easily routed. Leonidas is coming in, so that is going to help with Battle Cry, or Hold the Line. They changed their ability as well.
Sarmatian Lancers are at a real disadvantage at the moment. They only have 1 elephant left on Krasivi, and he's sent him right into the fray on E there. So if that elephant dies, that's a full respawn. I assume he's come from near the capture point that's just by E.
Yeah, but he's buying time now, so nobody else can really do it anymore, so I guess that's the decision they have made. Try to buy as much time as possible. I mean, they're... Okay, here on the AD side, it's looking roughly equal. Now we see Sarmatian Lances archers coming over towards E, but they're in an open space against a team that has 6 cavalry units, so that may not be the best idea to go there undefended. Ahun has another unit of cavalry over here, and he's defending the spawn. Now they're getting the healing, so he needs to be captured really quickly.
The advantage at the moment for Eburonis is that there's quite a lot of units back defending the base.
There we go.
They've come in handy though. Here we go.
But that's being countered by Quo, so Quo is sending in his 2 booty counter to swords. Mishet has his Centurion.
That
Is
should be
it?
devastating. It's
That is
Sulla
Vercingetorix, so Scorch Earth can do a lot
with
of
the
damage.
Sulla, with the Sulla swords putting on the prescription,
Ooh,
obviously
that
doesn't
was a
affect the
miss.
Boudica.
That was a miss of a Scorch Earth. Yeah, it's a 3v3, so the blue team should
But
easily
obviously,
win.
yeah, the prescription there obviously only affecting the Sulla. So with the Boudica Rebellion, unless they've changed the name for like the 5th time, just buffing all of that stuff, the Boudica should just be able to go to ham, and the you know, the other units there just shouldn't be able to really do much damage with that. I think it's around -70% melee attack.
Yeah, it seems like the simple conclusion here is that, well, healing zones still very much overpowered. Well, let's say that Sarmatian Lances played pretty well over here, just rotating their units, suiciding them one by one into point E, either Scipio Cavalry or Elephants, or later on Sulla Infantry, Leonida Spearmen, and then
I think
that just
everyone's
allowed
had
them
their
to
fair
rotate
share
up.
of time
See?
there.
The Elephant is just backing up, and that's like what, 10-15 seconds walk? And after 15 seconds of healing, he'll be back with 3 Elephants. Meanwhile, if everyone's marksmen want to reinforce E, well, they have to walk all the way from their base, which is a much longer trip.
I think though it is difficult to say that obviously the heal points are just brutally overpowered. I think just Sarmatian Lancers have used them so much better, being able to know where those will spawn and play around that fact, that when they know they can get a foothold on E, they managed to take that point on E when there are only 2 glaives. There was no cavalry response from Eburonis, despite having 2 cavalry players.
Well, they were denying the healing zone, they just, after denying it for as long as possible, they have run out of forces to do it with.
Yeah,
and that is the reason. Well, that is the difference between the length of the supply train. Let's say supply chain, whatever. Well, okay. Last desperate attack on C. So the possibility is capture C, capture base, but not with 3,300 points already on Sarmatian Lances side and 4.5 points per second gained. So that is going to be a victory for Sarmatian Lances in this warm-up battle. It's all about the final, so remember that. But I was gonna get in a mistake there, exposing his rear right before the charge.
More cavalry coming in
is going to make it even better for his team.
Salt in the wound there.
But yeah, let's look at the stats. Anything interesting in here? Loni does the most damage. Not surprising, the most contesting time as well.
I'm not sure if
Vertigo
was 0
on the...
damage though, that's pretty surprising. I expect him to do a little bit better than that.
Yeah, it was because I dealt more friendly fire than damage.
Oh,
so
right,
it's 0. Yeah, but Vertigo dealing the most damage on archers, so despite being against 6 cavalry units, he somehow managed to stay safe for the most part and managed to deal a lot of damage. So, congratulations to him. And
yeah,
let's
I think
ask
he was
who's responsible to organize the next battle, while you can summarize it.
I actually think he was helped a lot, the archer player, by the Caesars, because obviously you do have that slight range buff in there, but also I think he was helped by the fact that Sarmatian Lancers did have a Sulla in there, and they had other units that they were very, very sparingly using, just mainly keeping them for defensive purposes. Whereas obviously we saw on the E point they were throwing units in all the time, which just pins down so much that there's nothing that you can do. You might like to go and kill the archers, but if the enemy team, in this case, if Sarmatian Lancers did want to protect those archers, which they did, and I think they made a point of that several times in the battle, you could really see that, then just allowing them to click onto those point contentions, they will slowly build up damage. I think we also saw Steppenwolf. He played very, very aggressively with his archers, and he was caught out a couple times, but I didn't think that was too bad. I thought that his positioning was quite good at the end of the day, because he did cut down on that friendly fire, and so I think he's got the right kind of idea, but unfortunately it didn't really work out in that battle with everything else that went on.
Yeah, sorry. I was answering a question about the rules to one of the captains. They should know the rules.
No worries.
Yeah. So we're talking about Steppenwolf and his archer positioning. Well, yeah, it was pretty good. That's something that I like to see. That's something that I like to do myself as well. But then again, he didn't see the enemy cavalry coming, so that was kind of on him. But as to how the battle turned out, I think it was decided in the early stage. So Eberron's marksmen failed the attack on A.
Yeah, I think they just didn't manage to fully break them that were defending
exactly.
A. There was
They
still
didn't
some
deny the
units that were
killing,
just
well
standing
enough.
there, yeah.
And then Sarmatian Lancers didn't fail their attack on E. There were only 2 glaive units in there. You have Leonidas. You should have defended it with Leonidas. Leonidas would be able to hold it for much longer, for either to reinforcements to arrive and hold it for you, or to buy more time and resources for the other side to win. But they wanted to use Leonidas, I guess, in the front lines there, and that wasn't strong enough. Probably issues around coordination, so the cavalry players probably would need to step up. And well, infantry definitely needs to follow, because cavalry cannot do that much just all on their own. Maybe adjust the draft as well, get elephants in, because elephants are definitely very good, and they have Mongolchik. When Astolfo was drafting yesterday, he picked Mongolchik to play elephants, and then he played cavalry, which is, you know, weird.
I think it was just sort of, as you said earlier, when we saw Quo and Mishat not playing the units that we thought they were also drafted for, that it is the first game, seeing how things go. But I definitely think you made quite a few good points when we were initially looking at the draft. You commented on the non-double Leonidas, I think, for both teams. And so seeing how they adapt that draft with the substitute players coming in, I think there's 2 or 3 for each team. So seeing how both teams react, both to players and units, will be quite interesting, I think. It's a different map as well, I have to say that. So it's not just like you can rinse and repeat what you did on the last map exactly, because every map's going to have to be played slightly different.
Yeah, but you said that Quo and Mishat weren't used for the units they were drafted for. True, but the units they were drafted for were still in that team.
Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So just somebody else played cavalry, somebody else played elephants. In case of Eberron's marksman, that just wasn't true. They had an elephant player in there that he was drafted for elephants specifically. After elephants, I think, are his most play unit. With the highest win ratio as well. I mean, okay, those are elephants, so that kind of explains the high win ratio. But that need to be picked just because they're so damn powerful, and you know, they provide so much utility. And we saw that work for Sarmatian Lancers. They just kept rotating the elephants, and if not for the elephants, that counter attack onto E would probably succeed. And elephants were the difference maker, because they can just walk through enemy lines, ignore them, and get onto the point by the time for the rest of the team to arrive. And it did arrive. Ahun showed up with his Scipio cavalry then, and after that, after he died and the elephants died, they bought enough time for the infantry to arrive. So Leonidas showed up,
and then we saw the last elephant.
and then they just healed, because they had a healing zone right next to it.
Yeah, the last elephant came in, lost about half of their HP, even with the heal on them, and then just walked out the cap point just like they walked into it. And 3 elephants back. 1 went to E just to make sure everything was solid.
Well,
and
the
then
battle's
2 just
over
went to
at that
C.
point.
Yeah, exactly. 2 went to C, and then that's over. There's no counterattack on C when you've got 2 elephants coming up, interrupting the cavalry, interrupting the infantry that's trying to get there. That's sort of when it was definitely all over. There was not even a base race chance when they got to that sort of 3,300 mark. They'd have to put literally every unit uncontested on the enemy base to really get it at that point.
Yeah, that's why the early game and the tempo is really important. So early game, well, if you get a side point while defending the other side point, which is what happened. Sarmatian Lancers got their side point on E. Eberron's marksmen failed to answer that with a point captured of their own. So they're already 3 versus 1. Then it came down to C, which also went to Sarmatian Lances. And at that point, Sarmatian Lances were in the offensive as well. So they were dictating where the next engagement is happening, and they were also ahead in points. So it was very difficult for Eberron's marksmen to come up. And yeah, it's definitely not easy. They had the tools to come back, to try something surprising, to try outmaneuver something. They had, I think, the right idea to try to get E back, or then try to run around the forest and try backupping A, but that was spotted. So
yeah, especially with Quo on the Barbarian swords there, with the Boudica, he can go through those forests just as well as the Falxes on Eburonis, which, I mean, they just negated each other. The Falxes are obviously slightly better in the combat, but it's mostly the delaying. We saw eventually 2 of those Falx units, one of which was only at half health, eventually get to the A point, but by the time they were there was already, I think it was 2 more of Quo's units who'd respawned, and 1 Sulla swords, which there's nothing they could do against that.
Okay, I think those are all Archinon's players. So let me just inform them just in case they don't know. Okay, so we have a draft from Archinon and also from Astolfo. Can you continue to field in the void, George, as I am, organizing everything?
Yeah, sure. I was just taking a look at the draft myself. I think slightly different changes, it looks like. Putting the...
yeah, so I will just read the drafts that they have submitted, because I see that
it doesn't particularly match.
Okay, so it says Hazrul Elephant Krasivi, so that's the same.
That's the same, it works well for them.
Sula 3 heavy swords Vladimir. So if you are not aware, dear viewers, there is a rule that if somebody didn't play in the last battle, because there are more players than there are spots in the battle, obviously. So if somebody didn't play in the previous battle, they have to play in the next one. So everybody gets to play at least half of the battles, or as long as they actually show up. So yeah, so Vladimir is probably one of those players. He wasn't there in the previous battle, I think. So now he's coming in with Sula 3 heavy swords. Then we have again special on Leonidas 3 spears. Ahud and again on Scipio 3 cavalry units. Vertigo on Kanane archers. Mished on Sula 3 heavy. Quo on Boudica 3 medium. And Freaky, which also I believe we didn't see in the previous battle, on Caesar 3 swords. So again, elephants, Scipio cavalry, Kanane archers, and then the rest is infantry, mostly heavy with the exception of Quo.
I think it'd be interesting to see, because they've got quite a few similarities in there. they've got the Quo on the Boudica medium swords, obviously, and then they've also got they're keeping to have only one Caesar this time, but opting for the double Sulla. So they clearly thought that he was very valuable.
Still no
last
level
game,
Leonidas though.
Did I have double Leonidas?
No, I'm saying they don't.
Oh no, yeah. So they don't pick double Leonidas again. They go for that double Sulla. So they clearly thought he was more valuable, I guess, than the Leonidas last game. Which I think Sulla definitely showed his worth clearly on that A point, but I still think that the Leonidas was stuck in everywhere. We just couldn't really see him in that absolute mass of infantry and cavalry up on the hill. And then I think later on in the game, he rotated at least 1 or 2 units over to that E point. So
I mean, okay, so it worked. The single Leonidas worked pretty well for Summation Lances.
yeah,
It didn't work for Aberona's Marksman because that was really odd to put glaives, just 2 units of glaives, on the defensive. Those are not good defensive units. That's Scipio infantry. Sulla infantry can also sort of work, but it's more on a tier together with glaives. It's Scipio with his awful perseverance that gives him a shit of morale and defense. He can just hold the point forever. And obviously Leonidas, because he's Leonidas. And then also elephants, obviously, because they just take a lot of time to kill. Unless you have a huge force, right? But then it can be countered on the other side of the map. So that was a mistake, definitely, to put glaives in there. Should have done that with Leonidas and put glaives on the offensive. Guan Yu is a very good offensive commander. He has morale debuff, AoE on his strike. That strike is also quite powerful. Melee weapon buff, also AoE for everybody around him. That is an offensive commander, not defensive. You may think glaives are sort of defensive units because they have wide formation and bonus against cavalry, but that's really a trap, I guess. Which Astolfo, as a captain, fell right into it, but I guess he likes to do that. But speaking of adaptation, they did not adapt into double Leonidas. They do adapt into taking elephants, though.
Yeah, I think that's just a good observation from their point. I think they saw how well the elephants did.
Or they're listening to the
especially
stream.
Or
And
they
so
are.
they should
Or
take
they-
elephants, and they just
Or
did
we're
it.
drafting for them, or that. But they take 1 unit of archers again, which I think Stefan did okay, apart from getting caught out a couple of times, I think right at the beginning and right at the end. They've got the Falxes again, which I didn't really see too much of them. I think they were mostly in that forest. So on a slightly different map, maybe we'll get to see a little bit more of them. Gladiator units, I don't think... Well, we haven't really seen much of them, even in just the random battles. So I think pulling out the Spartacus dual swords there, we'll see how they go. And they're still keeping with the 1 Leonidas. Boudica Dogs, which is another change, and Gonzalez, he's being subbed in. He wasn't in the last game. And keeping 1 Caesar again. So I think, is that just... They don't have a single double commander, do they?
It's not like they have to.
I know, it's just interesting that they think that spreading their units so much is a good strategy to have. I guess that specialization does mean that they can commit.
I mean, I would also prefer to have every single commander different, other than Leonidas, because Leonidas is just so overpowered that having 2 of him, if you can, is just the best way to go. But other than that, I would like to have the flexibility, you know, mixing the buffs, because if you have 2 Caesar next to each other, they're not going to double up on their Veni Vidi Vici.
Yeah, I
It's
think that's
going
what
to cancel
Salvation
each other
Lancers
out.
realised. I think that's what they realised the last game, and they thought, well, actually, maybe the double Caesar, unless they're spreading right across the map, you can just put 1 Caesar spread across 2 points or so, and you can still get the buffs down almost all the time on the right units in the right places. So I think maybe doubling up on him isn't the best play, but with Sulla, whereas it's slightly small AoE on obviously the prescription, but also they can use him to defend the points very well by using just the fortify and him standing there like a brick wall. I think that's probably more optimal than having the double Caesar, but like you said before, I'm not sure if it's more optimal than having the double Leonidas. Probably not, but it depends whether they have the players that are comfortable to move around and fit the draft around that double Leonidas. If they end up shoving one player off that maybe can't play the units too well, maybe they're going that, well, playing someone they know how to play is better than putting someone on someone who's considered just strong per se.
Oh, I can't play table flip. But damn it, I want that guy to ready up.
Just perceiving.
Well, so we are going on Oasis. Eventually, we'll go. And somebody decides to ready up.
I'm gonna go and give him a poke.
Yeah, we did. There we go. So, I selected the maps for this tournament that are mostly symmetrical. So, you have very bad maps that one side has clear advantage over the other. I selected those where that factor is as minimal as possible. So Oasis is another one of them, together with Alpis Graya.
I think definitely the fighting positions are quite symmetrical, where the engagements are held. There's not too much an advantage for either team. Obviously, none of them are going to be perfectly symmetrical, but it's as close as you're going to get, I think. And it should be interesting to see how they change up the style. Obviously, it is a different type of map, as to say. Alpis Graya.
It's actually quite similar. You also have one hill that is sort of separated from the rest of the battlefield. And then on the other side, you have some clays that are also sort of separated and then stay in the middle kind of thing. So I think those maps are actually very, very similar. That's why I also put them right next to each other.
I think the C point isn't as...
So they have a crash. Perfect.
Unfortunately. I think the C point isn't as open though on Oasis as it is
restart.
on Alpis Graya.
Yeah, we will get back to that once we restart the game. Well, maybe we could stop crashing. It would be nice. Custom battle error. Okay. Okay, well, George has gone on a toilet break. While we wait for the recons to happen. Okay. It's a good thing though that thanks to SUNTZU having trainings every weekend, we know how to fix those how to fix that stuff. I wish we could know how to prevent them from happening, but I guess that just happens. But this doesn't happen that often on SUNTZU trainings, to be honest. So maybe it's down to some hardware issues or connection issues of one of the players. Well, previously it was Mishet, but that was a SUNTZU member. Or reportedly it was Mishet. But sadly, when somebody gets... Well, when I get out, since I'm a host, I get a custom battle error. I'll just restart, right? And I restart, and then I host the battle again. And then people who didn't restart but joined, they also get custom battle errors as soon as they try to load in. So essentially, everybody who is affected, well, if anybody, a single person is affected by that bug of the custom battle error, that means everybody who was in that lobby is also affected by the same bug. So everybody needs to restart in order to fix it. Also, another thing to note is that in the previous battle they played, well, Ebrona's marksman played Scipio cavalry plus Lubu cavalry instead of double Scipio, for example. And Lubu, I don't know. I mean, okay, Chinese cavalry has insane base stats, but Lubu isn't that good of a
bad like in the battle with its impact, but I think it's just a question of could it have been.
You mean
Could it have been
literally
higher?
charge impact, or impact has any influence over the battlefield?
Oh, impact on the battlefield. I mean, I just think it's whether it could have been more under Scipio.
I think it was actually pretty poor, because you need to win the charge, and also he missed some of the charges, and then after that, Scipio has just so much more utility. I think Lubu is just not a very good pick. Let's say, okay, it's not bad, but it's not nowhere near as good.
Yeah,
as
he
Scipio.
did manage to secure the top of the ridge and just completely delete Arhan's cavalry right at the beginning there. But I think the follow-up from that point wasn't particularly great. I think with Lubu, you obviously do want to keep him alive so you can put down a couple of those buffs and then go back and heal. But the problem was they were pretty much all dead, I think, so not much utility sort of left in the bag there. But then again, we did also see some kind of Scipio slight errors on behalf of the Summation Lancers as well, where we saw some extremely late O's where the unit was almost all dead or like literally had one guy left. It wasn't the most impactful, and then you've got that huge cooldown to deal with. So I'm not quite sure. I think both cavalry could have been played better, to be honest.
Okay, waiting for one player.
Okie
My
dokie.
shit crashed again. God damn it, me shit. Fix your shit.
Yeah, could you restart the stream as well?
Oh, stream Discord stream.
Yeah, not the YouTube one. That's still going fine.
There we go. Well, luckily it's we as casters are in the battles themselves, so we get access to the replays immediately. Don't have to ask any captains or other people for the replays. So yeah, there's always that opportunity to cast the battles from the replays as well, if needed. And after that, we have 9 battles. Some of them may be better, some of them may be worse. The first one was pretty one-sided. Hopefully this will change. The rosters have changed slightly since the reserve players have come in, replaced some of the previous players. So I think both sides changed 1 or 2 players.
Yeah, and also the units they're playing. But I think it wasn't as one-sided in the fighting as the score showed up. Really, I think just Salvation Lancers managed to hold on to those points so well that in the actual combat, I just think it wasn't quite.
Well, yeah, they
executed.
just enter a snowball effect, and after that,
Yeah, exactly.
That's why I say the early game is so important, because the early
Yeah.
game sets up the tempo for the entire, the remaining of the game, pretty
yeah,
much.
even just a slight
Unless
change.
Unless you
in what
find a
happens.
huge outplay that reverses the tempo and gives you the tempo advantage, then you can come back. And actually, when I think about it, so SUNTZU participated in 2 tournaments in the Chinese version. We played 4 battles in both of them, so 8 in total. And in all tournaments, no wait, in the first tournament, we had 1 smooth battle where pretty much everything went according to plan, and we just won with huge advantage. And then all the other 3 battles were comebacks from behind. So it's definitely possible to come back from behind if you know how, but I wouldn't say it's easy. It's definitely not. And in the other tournament, the first battle was comeback from behind, and then the remaining 3, everything went according to plan and it was smooth. So kind of the reversal of the first tournament, where the first battle went right, I was like, yeah, this is good, and the other 3 battles made us sweat a little.
I think with the extra players that you can sub in, it does make it even more interesting of how you're going to change up the draft, because it makes it difficult for you to actually just think, oh, this is what we played, this is our staple, we can just play this every game, when you're going to have to make those adjustments, not only because of the map, but the players. I think that's something that's slightly different, that usually you're facing the same players in any kind of best of matches.
Yeah, but I think art of coming back from a deficit in a battle in the lower arena is very difficult, even when you have an organized team. So when it's a series tournament, when you play with a team that you know well, you have synergy with, and train with, know each other, etc., etc., etc. You have all the benefits. Here in this tournament, when those are random teams thrown together through a draft, coming back from a deficit is extremely hard, and playing from ahead is much easier. So it's also slightly easier to throw away the lead that you have by some miscommunication and miscoordination, but overall I think it even pushes even more importance onto the early stage, and whoever gets ahead in the early stage is going to have a huge advantage going forward for the rest of the battle.
I think communication with people that you're not as familiar with is like you said, it's definitely easier when you're instructing to hold a line or work around the point, whereas trying to coordinate an attack with people that from several angles of people that you maybe only met in random battles, or you've maybe played against in a tournament once, that kind of gets more complicated. As well as if there's one player that you played with a lot, and you try and coordinate an attack with him and a couple other players, then he could follow through and just be completely caught out with other units not going quite as hastily to where they need to be.
Okay, Artyom isn't ready for some reason.
I think apart from that, it's everyone right?
So, judge left to confirm maybe.
Yeah, Ark has been informed. Alright, I think we're all good.
Can you also inform him to read the messages for me?
Yeah.
Thank you. Did I press play or not? Okay, it takes so much. There we go. Yeah, I must have pressed play. Because after clicking it for the second time, it immediately started. I see. This game makes me question myself. Did I click play or did I not? Anyway, we're in a battle deployment. So, a Broneless Marksman. We are watching the game from their perspective now, so we have swapped it around. Just kind of pure coincidence, I guess, but I think we can just keep going over like that. So, swapping the perspectives. Oh, for fuck's sake. If it's Mishet again, I'm requesting to remove Mishet from the team and then just get somebody who doesn't crash. Okay, let's see if I have the error. Most likely I will. Oh, maybe not, but connecting is pretty long. Nope.
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Okay. Oh yeah, it wasn't Mishet. Mishet wasn't in the battle because he was replaced because of the crashes. Arkinon tells me. So they replaced Mishet with Rex because Mishet was crashing. And now it's Krasivic who crashed.
Well, I guess you solve one problem, you get another.
Dear CA, can you please fix crashes in the custom lobby battles so that the tournaments that are supposed to promote your game, your community and everything else about it can go smoothly? Pretty please. With all respect that I have left to you, which is not much, please true. Okay. Now let's just hope it works. I know that my lobby chat doesn't work now, because that's another very common bug. I was surprised that it worked in the first time around, actually, that I could roll and see who gets the side selection.
Well, I think trading lobby chat for a game would be preferable. So
Yeah. It's CA trade offer. Okay, we can not crash your game while you're loading into our lobby, but in return your chat will not work. I was like, okay,
that's fair.
I
That's
take that trade offer. I would rather just play instead of for the price of not being able to write in chat. I still have Discord for that, and guess what? It works. Speaking of which, I need to start streaming for you again. So there we go.
Thank you. I think the key might just be getting it started as quickly as possible, because I know some other games where the longer you have a lobby open, it just the chances of succeeding just go down and down.
Well, tell that to the players who are very slow to join and ready up, you know?
Well, they're coming in relatively quick this time, so should be good. Fingers crossed.
Relatively. They don't need to be relatively to the previous performance, they need to be relatively quickly for the game.
Yeah. Well, they're not like hungry to join the lobby, waiting there just to put the code in as soon as they can. But you know, a little bit of haste.
Yeah, we might be also forced to change the formula of the tournament, so instead of going for 9 battles, maybe we go down to 7 or 5.
I think it depends on the players as well. Obviously, if they go smoothly, then some more games are ideal.
That's broken for me now. Okay, seems to be broken from me. Hey, there we go. Who's the lobby there now?
Great.
Gray. Perfect. It's actually a big brain tactic out of me, because I paid too much silver. 5,000 is very, very taxing.
Yeah, Gray gonna have to shell out those money then. And the only person not ready is the lobby leader.
Yeah, so as I just wrote, that this is not a serious tournament, it's a for fun tournament, so I could have a huge tolerance for random bullshit, right? There were 2 players that didn't sign up to the tournament and now are playing in the tournament because they just showed up on the day. Oh, there we go. Okay, now grain is already up. Go grain, now need to press play. I mean, click play. Please don't crash. Please don't crash.
Crashing is not prohibited. No, sorry, crash. Oh, my
Not
brain.
allowed.
Yeah, crashing is prohibited. There we go.
Well, at least they crashed before the battle, but this doesn't bode well. Is that the correct way to say it?
Yeah, that's a fair expression.
"20 grown-up men cannot get together, click a few buttons, and enjoy their time."
Alright, here we go, here we go.
Woohoo!
Oh, here we go. Here we go. Come on, Gray. Come on, Gray, you can do it. We believe.
Rex, I'm ready. Fuck's sake. Why do you unready? Why is he tier 9?
He put in some mad upside down question marks in the old Spanish language and then just unready.
I mean, there's only so much we can talk about the draft and analyze about the previous battle.
I mean, we've gone through how the drafts have changed in the last battle. Everyone's readied up now. Gray just has to click the play button and shell out.
Can he play the play button? Can he do it? Can he do it? Gray, we believe in you. Let's go.
I'm gonna go and inform him.
I think Astolfo is competent enough to do it. This takes even longer, or feels even longer, when you don't know if that person pressed play. Did he press play?
Yeah, he's done it.
Woohoo! There we go. Yes, type help for a list of available chat shortcuts for your current game area. That means we are starting.
Yeah, I told him to click it twice and wait about 15 seconds.
Yeah, it takes around that.
I swear, if I see any red chat,
And I just went, I crashed.
don't tempt fate. Don't do it.
Okay.
Think about the stream.
Okay.
It was just us, not in the
20
battle.
seconds have passed.
Oh my lord! Oh,
No,
oh,
nobody
let's just have
has
fun.
reported
Let's
that
just have
crash.
fun. Let's just have fun. Okay, we're all good. We're all good. I thought it was all over. Okay, we're in the battle. This is.
I didn't tell them where to hide. Whatever. I'll go figure them out.
I mean, just out the way of everything, like.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
everywhere
so,
is in the way, but you can be more or less in the
kind
way.
of true, yeah. But let's see where they've deployed their units. So they've got double barbarians on the left there. They've got the Gonzales on the Boudica Wardogs, and they've also got the Falxes on the left side.
Seems like everything is going to the middle for Avernus Marksman.
Apart from there's 3 elephants and 1 Palacios Cav.
Nobody's defending B. They're sending cavalry, so that's keep your cavalry. Okay, that will be able to hold it for a while if needed.
Yeah,
they can also go back. Yeah, okay, they're also moving back with
Engaged
the
our
elephants.
forces.
C already heavily under their control, but still 2 minutes to go.
It is an elephant-on-elephant duel though, and I realized that we've actually swapped teams. I remember
Ooh, already charge into the archers. Look at it. 2 units down, half HP.
Eburones do have the advantage here in the elephant duel. They are Hannibal elephants, so they will rack up a lot of damage if they're left in that combat.
I wonder if it's worth it, because you're losing a full unit of cavalry. Well, you're delaying some of the units over there, but those archers, they have only lost 12 soldiers. So it's huge HP loss.
Blackburn has 1 unit left, like he's kept 1 unit back on one of the heal points, and that could be value.
This is a good mismatch. Yeah, they can send cavalry to the healing zone, seems like they're doing it, maybe. Yeah, there we go, it comes in.
Yeah, there it is.
And archers are over here on the flank that is full of barbarians.
They replenished just before they hit.
Yeah, but here we have archers on the flank full of barbarians, so Sarmatian Lances should be easily able to take A. Let's see how Avernus Marksman can potentially answer to that. Mongolchik lost an elephant over here already. Yeah, and it is crazy PvP with Hasdrubal winning a duel against Hannibal, but I think that was just a pure outplay, because Hannibal is supposed to win that.
It was just 2-on-1, I think. When you're against elephants, when it just has 1 unit, I think you just get.
No, that was 2-on-2.
No, it was 2-on-1. That elephant only just came in. The second Mongol trick one only just came in, and with the elephant duels.
Well, that's why it's a misplay.
There we go. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's completely gone. It was 2v1s rather than 1 2v2, which I think the Hannibal probably, well, he should have at least secured that. But now we see that Eburones, they've realised their A point is.
Yeah, now they're sending all their heavy infantry. Cavalry also wrecking havoc in the backlines, but missed the charge, but it's going to stick to the archers anyway. 20 seconds until C unlocks, so it looks uncontested from the side of Sarmatian Lances. Reinforcements are only coming in, but it's already just flooded with heavy infantry. And I don't know if Avernus Marksman have anything to punch through. They have cavalry in, maybe. I don't know if the cavalry actually counts as in, but I think it should.
I mean, Steppenwolf can really go ham now. I think if they're all on the point, then I think this is where Steppenwolf can build up some damage. Look how stacked some of these units are. The Palacios cavalry hanging on with that.
Vertigo out of position, just getting wrecked in the ass.
And the look at the Palacios cavalry. Oh, it's just died, but the Oath held there for so long. 5 units all stacked.
Yeah, now they have Leonidas inside, and they are not going to rout him. Arch is still in a pretty good position, and all the bugs are exposed.
His unit in there.
Okay, C is contested by an elephant and a cavalry unit, so that Leonidas is not going to take it. But if he leaves in pursuit of that cavalry, then elephant could capture.
I think he's not playing that unit because that Leonidas.
Elephants have respawned over here, so that's good.
Leonidas spear player, he's also got a unit protecting Steppenwolf.
Dual swords versus 1 elephant. I wonder how that goes.
I'm going to be honest, I've never seen this duel.
Well, that is a very new duel. It definitely would be better if those were beast slayers, not dual swords. But we'll see. That elephant, well, it's probably just like with any other elephant, you can just run around and buy a lot of time, but can he buy enough time? Well, A, already almost captured, doesn't seem like they can punch with anything through, maybe... No, they got in. Leonidas just barely pushed in. Archers now are in fog of war. So
Steppenwolf never exposed again though, Steppenwolf could turn around.
No, he just doesn't have the firepower anymore. Here comes cavalry.
Yeah, that spare unit of cavalry.
Yeah, A is going definitely the way. Like that Leonidas is about to die as well. They just don't have enough soldiers in here, so they need to root for advantage elsewhere.
Let's see this duel. The elephant looks like to be half health, so I think that's going pretty well for the.
Yeah, they're sending their own elephants. So it's a race at the moment.
I think Mongolchik can cut off that infantry though.
Special is dead. So special cannot respawn because point has been flipped. So special will need to walk all the way from the base. So if they kill that elephant quickly enough, they are coming with their own 2 elephants. 1 more is being sent over to C to deal with the 3rd elephant of Sarmatian Lances. So now, after A has been captured, Sarmatian Lances need to heal, rush to C, and it's a race of who gets to C faster. And well, summation lances are up in tempo. They have already captured A 40 seconds ago. E hasn't been captured yet, but it will be captured soon, hopefully, for Everyone's Marksman.
And I think the chances of reinforcement for that E point are much harder for Summation Lancers than reinforcing.
Yeah,
C
it's not going to be reinforced. So E is going to be captured. It's now raised to C, essentially.
Exactly, and I think that the Eburonis have a slightly better position on that. I know we've got a lot of units in the forest though, back behind A. They could go for a base race. They could just force them off C by
base race is possible, yeah. I mean, it's still only one unit on C. We don't see an Eburonis Marksman neither. They don't see where the hell the rest of the army that captured A is.
They went straight through that forest, and that's dangerous.
There's special, there's Ahmed. No, it's going to be late. There we go. They captured just barely, but they captured it. So that might be a problem because now they have committed quite a lot of forces over here. That should have been elsewhere. They should have been fighting for C. Yeah, but there we go. Now we see most of them, I assume. Elephant's still buying time.
As well, he's going to pin those units. They can just make it out of Scorched Earth though. That's unlucky from that play there.
Well, it's just a missed Scorched Earth, but yeah, well, still this is not a very good situation for laying down Scorched Earth.
Oh, and
Cavalry denying healing pretty nicely.
Coming behind onto C as well.
It's actually Leonidas versus 2 elephants, but Leonidas is already losing a duel. Apparently, dual swords counter to spearmen. So we'll see how that goes. I don't know if they counter Leonidas really. But with 2 elephants supporting them, I think they should go their way.
Grace Solar, if I'm correct. So
you know what counters naked gladiators? Arches, though. So that's coming in. They also counter dogs.
Oh, missed the focus fire there, though. The dogs managed to react in time. But here we go. Here's Vertigo coming in. I think that's a barrage put out there.
I don't know. Maybe. He's only locked for 15 seconds more.
He went for the elephant.
They need to kill the elephants, but they cannot. So he's possible to recapture. They have enough soldiers to deny the killing.
It's uncontested. None of their units are actually on the base. Eburonis don't have anything on E, actually. They've all been pushed off. They're just retreating. Look, there we go. It's being capped back.
Yeah, it is being capped back, but they have advantage on C, so...
Yeah, the outplay fouls.
It's not a good trade, because C is neutral. So if they lose E but capture C, it's going to be 3-2 at the moment. Now it's 2-2 and 1 neutral. They're still running around, they still have elephants and some help. One elephant is chasing away 3 units of archers, which shouldn't happen. Vertigo should split up, which is... okay, what he's doing, there we go. And that unit that was denying healing is slowly dying. Archers are just barely in range. There we go, if they can get heal and the archers don't deny it now, they don't have vision as well. That's uphill, so they don't see it.
So, a possible javelin
that heal is going to be super clutch.
If he can get closer. I'm not sure, maybe Gamokara should have gone for the...
No, they don't even have Pila. No, they don't have Pila.
Oh, they don't have Pila, okay.
Yeah, there we go, they healed, so E should be held. That's the power of the healing zone. And C should be captured, they're blocking elephants. Last second, there we go.
There we go.
So advantage to Overeem's Marksman. I mean, they're 400 points behind at the moment, but they get more points per second. As long as they can get inside E in time. Let's see if they can.
I also think A is quite exposed because they look how many dead there are on Summation Lancers. We've got 3 of Arham's cavalry, 2 Leonidas spears, an elephant, and 4 swords now.
They're not necessarily dead. We just didn't see them after they have respawned.
Fair enough.
But they have just lost fight on C, so there should be plenty of people respawning or at least running back from the healing zone. But I think they still have large control over A, and also it's around forests and tall grasses, so it's difficult to see in. Elephant now coming in to deny the healing. Cavalry just managed to heal up, but the same can be said about infantry. Yeah, there we go, now healing denied. No, that was a friendly stomp actually.
It was, yeah. Not quite sure about that play there. The cavalry just missing that charge though on the dogs there, so the dogs will have a nice...
Yeah, Bruno's Marksman caught out Vertigo's archers. Yeah, it's looking pretty nice on E, and now if they can just...
They could even press the base, to be fair. They just put a couple strong units on
they need to defend C. They need to defend C. Ooh, 20 seconds.
There's no infantry there. And the unit coming up behind is also Steppenwolves.
Yeah, they have 2 options right now. Either fight for C, which doesn't look good because it's 10 seconds until it unlocks. There we go, Pelasgo's trying to come in with a charge, but he's being blocked by Claw and Fextyler. I think he's inside. Yeah, he's inside. He can go in off. I mean, does he have off? Unless it's in cooldown.
I don't know.
Still not using it.
Well, there goes the
yeah, he's not using it, and there's no infantry reinforcements coming in, no elephants inside. Where are the elephants? They're dead. 10 seconds until they respawn. They will be able to respawn at sea, but they managed to deny the healing at sea. Mop up. So, Ebronus marksmen have two choices. Try to fight for sea, just maybe with one of the units. How long can it hold? Can it hold long enough for the rest to arrive? Elephants now spawn in.
I don't think those gladiator units are very tanky. I think he's just melting there.
Elephants can make it. Elephants can make it in. And
The spears are going back
yet.
to E. E is being contested by the spears now. Double spears against the double dual swords. It's the same duel we saw before.
Yeah, the other option though is just Ebronus marksmen rushing the base, which is something that submission lances can also do. But elephants just need to make a beeline for C, which is what one of them is doing. I'll just do it with all three. Don't risk it. Put all three elephants in there. And it's a race if they can make it to C. There we go. The unit is dying. Point is being flipped. They need to make it in before they flip it. If they flip it, they lose the healing zone.
The elephant's been caught.
It will not be the end of the war. It will not be the end of the battle if the point is flipped. But as long as they contest, and the other side doesn't lock it in and doesn't get the healing zone
just seem to have so many reinforcements. Here come the double falcons back.
They'll make it in. Grey will make it in. There we go.
And here come the falcons as well. They can rotate to try and deflect those units that are going to try and reinforce C. Or no, Arhun spotted them though in the shrine. No.
That was a huge commitment out of submission lances to fight for C. They almost made it. But again, just suicidal charges one after another to buy time for other units to arrive was enough. And, well, the healing was denied pretty well. So that was equal in those terms. So now submission lances may be looking towards E instead of C. Just retreat from here, heal up what you can, deny the point for as long as possible, and try striking on E. Or maybe deploy on A, try rushing the base, that's also an option. The points are still roughly equal, still 400 disadvantage. So that was the case upon the first exchange once Ebronus marksman captured C. So despite having 3 points, that hasn't really given them more actual victory points.
To be honest. A is the only point that hasn't been contested. It's just been a straight C.
It's because C and E were being contested. So that's
exactly. And so it's just A being free there in the corner. That they probably do have some units defending it, but not that we can see.
Arch is now coming in and dealing damage to dual swordsmen.
Steppenwolf really getting aggressive with the archers again, which is it's a fun way to play. Unfortunately, he has been caught out a couple of times by doing it. Interesting that Mistru here is sitting right at the back when he could just go to scout out A for his team there.
Yeah, I know. That noob is just straight up griefing.
I don't think he really plays cavalry that much though, so it's okay.
Yeah, he's like, how does that work? He doesn't shoot. But yeah, anyway. I have been in that situation before, where we were down a capture point, but we were up in points, and we were just trying to win and stay ahead by just contesting points. Archinon was in those battles with me. He was commanding the team with me in the situation, so he definitely knows how to lead a team in such difficult situations.
They captured up though. It's only 300 points now. They are making gains.
Yeah, because they need to now reset, heal everything up, and launch another powerful attack. Because if they just come in piling in one after another to just blindly contest, we have 2 units capturing. That's only cavalry though, so that's not that big of an issue. But the base is pretty much open for quite a large force that Ebronus marksmen have over here and can send to the base. But it doesn't look like they will. I think they want to defend C, just hold on to 3 points. That's a surefire way to win the battle, and since that's what they're going for.
I think mild base pressure can just unnerve the enemy as well. They know that if they do leave it, then that will be a problem eventually, and they're just hoping that.
Ranged meta meme. Yeah, that was unfortunate, I guess, for Pelasgos over here, but also just bullying archers so that they cannot even leave the base, because once you get rid of them, they need to respawn somewhere, and they just go
come the
there.
reinforcement. Pelasgos held just for long enough. I feel that. Just you know. As long as summations don't push their advantage.
Wait, what are summation? Sorry, Ebronus marksmen doing? They're all over the place. They're sort of like walking E, sort of to the base, sort of around here, but that's just ranged units, so they're not going to contest. If that Leonidas triangle dies, and okay, it's a Leonidas triangle, it's not going to die anytime soon, but if it does, and no reinforcements arrive, that may be not so good for Ebronus marksmen, and they may lose their advantage. A is being contested, I see. Not for longer, not for much longer. Actually, if submission lances are holding so many units on A, they are, well, they're technically not behind in points, but they're behind in point gain. and they're holding so many units back. That is not the way to go. You
They've
are at
been
a
relying too
disadvantage.
much.
You need to find a play, and in order to find a play, you need to use every single unit that you can.
They've been relying too much on that A flank to C. They've done that 3 times now in a row, and they still don't hold the point. They're contesting it, okay, but not the holder.
Yeah, they're using the elephant to deny the healing zone, but the elephant doesn't have that much health anymore. Ahun found enemy archers again down unprotected. And let's see, okay, Grey units has been routed, so maybe it will receive some damage onto it. Don't know if that was a wasted... No, okay, that wasn't a wasted off because he's Caesar. Dogs are in, but their morale also isn't the highest. So, I mean, they're constantly fighting for C, and over they're getting in there and almost capturing it. Maybe this will be the last
scoreboard again. Because,
never mind, 3 elephants have just respawned and they will walk it in, and yeah.
There you go, heals secured, but let's check the scoreboard again, because Vertigo, he racked up a whole lot of damage without us really seeing before, so how do you do this thing?
Yeah, I guess he's
still
doing
the
right,
most damage.
but the 2 elephants that were coming in were actually stalled by Krasivis elephants. Point was being captured for a brief second, okay, not a brief second, they almost captured it to the point of flipping it. But as was charged, just look at how his HP bar is dropping. I think he just got barraged in there. Another charge in coming in. Special just needs to turn around, just block him. Already
He's just
flipped.
going to go straight through the archers. He's made it in time though.
Yeah, he was blocked. Elephants still being stopped by Ahun. More infantry is coming in.
I don't think this is organized enough from
They just spawned 2 more players. The Foxes and the Spears just spawned in at sea just before it was flipped, I think.
I think they're not organized enough though. Vertigo can make easy prey of these
Elephant's
units.
almost in though. And Leonidas almost. Once Leonidas makes it, it's over. But didn't make it yet.
Didn't make it.
It's Pelasgos. Pelasgos is the only one contesting. Elephant who is walking out. And the capture is almost through. No, okay, Leonidas is officially in.
He just needs to turn one unit around, I feel. Just keep 2 to the front, 1 to the rear. Keep on going forwards.
He just keeps on going forward with all 3. He's encountering specials Leonidas. So that's Leonidas versus Leonidas. So that can hold, but that's it. It can hold.
Oh, the dual swordsmen were caught by those swords there. They're going to be...
What's happening? Anything else? Oh, an attack on A, 1 elephant, 3 foxmen.
They're probably hoping that Freaky's got some unit. Oh, he is paying attention. That's unfortunate for Eburonis.
Yeah, but if it's just 1 unit, that's not enough.
Exactly,
he can pay all the attention he can, but...
Oh my lord, I think this could even be an overcommittal though. Look how many units. There's got 3
yeah,
foxes
okay,
and
now
elephants.
it's got the squad.
Close there as well, and
There used to be 4 units. Arch is also coming in. I mean, they have realized that they can't really find anything here. But it can be a trade. It doesn't look very good for Eberron's marksman on C anymore. Grey is coming in, but that Leonidas disappeared. Grey barely alive over here, Dogs barely alive. It's 2 more fresh units, and skip your cavalry again. Maybe this time they have oath. So they can still hold on for a while. Let's see how A is going on. Ahun cavalry also made it in. No oath. Okay, he just used oath. There we go. He's going to get... Okay, he's rank 3. That barrage just tickles him, but it still does some damage. It is damage to the rear. Okay, elephant comes in.
Especially with the Defiant sub, he can
though.
afford to have a little bit of friendly. I don't know why he didn't heal. Unless they think it's that critical on A. I don't feel that it is.
Yeah,
though.
maybe he just tries to rush it. There are only 1 elephant there. He can manage that elephant, but that's about it. Another unit of Ahun's cavalry found charge into the archers that were pestering him. And C has been locked. There we go. Pelasgos didn't get any time this time around.
Grey's just going to be caught out.
Yeah, he just didn't have oath available this time. Yeah, none of his units have oath on. So C's locked. Now, if Submission Lancers can defend A, and they're still in point advantage. So I think Eberron's marksman made a mistake trying to go for A. They had easy point to defend in C. Should have just held on to it. And even if they were at a point disadvantage, every time you contest C, you pay for it in longer supply line, because you need to run further to your healing zone. So it can only get you so far, and that was pretty early in the battle. So I think Eberron's marksman actually threw away a victory here, even though they were never ahead in points. But I think by the end they would have if they just defended C.
I think this is still plausible. It depends on
A huge hill coming over in here. Can they deny it? They don't have anything to throw at them. So they're just going to heal, specialists are just going to chase them away. Yeah, no archers, dogs only. Base rush is still a possibility.
Not with the big heal though. I feel like they can just go. That healing point is perfectly positioned to either go to C or their base, depending on.
I mean, at this point,
no
if you're
vision hits.
Emperor's
That's almost getting
marksman,
caught out again.
you have to try to capture the base, but given just how many units just respawn at C, a healing zone, which is right next to the base, that is also going to be very difficult. I think that's what they're doing. Panazgus is going in there, dogs are going in there. Dens Vega is here with 1 unit defending the point. Well, they need to defend the point, because if that's flipped, they cannot even capture the base anymore. So, a very difficult position for Emperor's marksman. They just don't have anything going for them. A, they're not going to capture. C is overwhelmed by heavy infantry from Sarmatian lances. The only thing they can do is go try to capture the base, but what, with 4 units with this presence of the enemy team, not gonna happen, I think.
Not with Vertigo's archers, that experience. I don't think they.
3
they
elephants
can,
just healed up. They can buy some time by contesting points. They can be sent to C and A, but they're very far away from A, so that's not a real possibility. But Asgus just died in there, so no contesting anymore.
Yeah, and Rex has built up a max veterancy sword infantry there, so
yeah, Foxman can come in and contest it. Essentially, they need to contest C with like an elephant or something.
Our capture point is
I mean, this can work, but it will get routed. Yep. I mean, they're dropping the reflank. So they need to contest C, they need to contest A, make it only 1.1 point gain per second, and then try to capture the base, but yeah, it's just isn't looking good at all. The archers are here to counter the dogs. Oh, they also just got charged by cavalry already, so that's over for them. That cavalry is rank 3, so Pelasgus rank 1 isn't going to achieve anything in here. Arch is also rank 2 and 3. They've done pretty well for themselves. They had some good soft targets in what? Folksmen, dual swords to farm damage on, dogs as well. Yeah, a lot of soft units on the side of Alberna's marksman. And they just weren't hard enough, sturdy enough to fight for C for so long. Maybe that's why they tried doing something else. What do you think, George?
I don't know. I think it's still close. I think they obviously looking at the score, they did.
The battle is close to an end. If they capture A here, maybe, just maybe.
I think they can do it if they cut off that elephant though. They can.
Yeah, they just lost the contact with Foxes who could have hamstrung him. I think the elephant was already hamstrung. The Rex is not routing.
Yeah,
Akon is coming in with.
Oh no, possibly... the infantry is routing. Rex is routing.
Yeah, but there's cavalry with both in there and an elephant.
Oh no.
So even if that infantry routes, that doesn't matter. Yeah, it's over at this point. It's victory to Sarmatian lances. It's a shame because Emperor's marksman looked much better in this battle than the previous one.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and
they had the initiative a couple times.
I'm going to say that if they stayed at C, didn't try to capture A, and just defended, they would have won that. I think that it was 100% possible to defend if instead of sending all those units that attacked C to attacked A to A, they would have been just sent to C to defend. C would have been defended, and the battle would have been won by Ebunon's marksman. So that's actually a blunder. That's just a blunder. That's a throw.
Yeah, it's difficult to decide like on the field with some. Obviously, it's a lot chaotic. It's easier to cast the game than to be there and actually weigh up your units, the enemy units, and things you can and can't see. But I think it was much more entertaining, especially.
I see exactly the same thing that Eberron's marksmen do.
That's true.
Yeah, I'm also pretty much in the same position. I'm just an observer, just like Astolfo is, and as a commander, as a leader of the team, as a captain, identifying win conditions and then playing towards them is a key ability that you should have. Let's see. Trying for the last they're doing what I said. Contest C, contest A, and then send everything else possible to the base. But Submission lances are 100 points away from victory, so that's 100 seconds away from victory.
Point is under attack.
Can they capture the base in time? That's the question. They have 4 units in now, 6 soon. Cavalry is coming in. Archers can come in, but cannot contest for much. But Pelasgus is going to be stopped. Pelasgus needs to get on these archers right now. And he isn't. He wanted to charge over here. Well, archers didn't charge. Oh, he did. Okay. Leonidas holding in here. They need to be inside the base. There's no time to spare a unit. Okay, 2.2 points per second gain. C is no longer being contested. Courage is standing there. He can go in and contest. Dude, don't sleep. Get in. There we go. Too late. We are 5 seconds away from victory. The base isn't even halfway through. Captured. Good attempt, but too little too late. It was close though. A good battle. Good attempt. Such a shame it was thrown away. I really hate watching a thrown away victory. Or maybe it was a glorious comeback by Arclinon, even though he was technically a 100% time ahead in points. Do you think it was a throw? Do you think it was a comeback? Or maybe both?
I think it's difficult to say.
Or maybe neither.
I think there was some element. Obviously, there were mistakes on both sides. I think no one's going to play a perfect game. I think possibly just the Evioranus' mistakes were a little bit more costly, but if you compare them to the performance on the first map, I think it was a whole lot better. So I think that, you know, maybe the Evioranus getting their draft in, getting their players, their units. I think now this time, don't forget this time they had the elephants. So now they've seen that maybe that's something they need to do every game now, which they probably should. It'd be interesting how they change it again, because the little tweaks they made, it did make a difference, clearly. I think obviously the map and some of the players being subbed in does some stuff, but it's good. Obviously these are just warming up, getting experience, playing with the same group of people as well, knowing how they react and how they play. So yeah, I'm looking forward to the next game.
Okay, next map is going to be Salernum, a lot of people's favorite. That was, I think, the first map. I mean, when the game was first released, it was Marathon, Thermopylae, and Salernum, just these 3 battles. Maps, sorry. There we go. Send Sigerion. Okay, so although, okay, to be fair to Astolfo, he told me that half of his team is Russian. So those may just be miscommunication issues.
I know there was some that was...
yeah, okay. I'll just straight up admit it. I probably went too hard on Astolfo because I went from a position assuming that he has control over his team. If he
Yeah, I think
doesn't,
Ahun was trying to kind of make those translations,
Ahun is in the
but
other
it's
team.
still
Ahun is in Submission Lances. Also, Archelon speaks Russian.
understandable.
So he
then.
doesn't have that problem. Astolfo
So it's
doesn't.
just they're muted, all right. No, Ahun is on. Oh yeah, sorry, Ahun's on Ark's team. Yeah. It looks like he's got a slightly smaller pool of players of those who turned up. So, but I think this game especially. I think he worked with what he had better than in the previous game.
No, did my internet just cut off? It did. Right.
Oh, that's a shame.
Well, you can hear me, but YouTube cannot because I have zero upload on OBS right
okay.
now. Oh, it's coming back. Woohoo. Yeah, but I was sending a message on Discord and didn't go through. I'm like, okay. Thanks, my internet provider. You suck. But I am almost like in America, because it's the only internet provider I can get. Well, technically I can get, not cable internet that is fast and stable, except this isn't stable, but it's supposed to be. I could get, just a radio signal internet, but that is very unreliable, usually has limitations, and shittier speeds.
There's one in the UK that they're introducing where it's wired internet, but if it does cut out, then like 5G automatically cuts in, so you only get like a minute downtime or something like that. Which, I mean, it's a good. Like,
1 minute downtime is enough to fucking break the stream.
Yeah, I know, but I'm just saying like hopefully it can get better and then have something that's truly is like doesn't have any downtime, which would be cool.
So I just realized, because Pelasgos, in his gracefulness, linked Sigurion's stream, but didn't link mine. It's very nice. Even though I'm the organizer and everything. And the official English stream. But yeah, sure. But anyway, Sigurion called it Invitational SUNTZU III instead of SUNTZU Invitational III. So SUNTZU is invitational, and it's also the third iteration of SUNTZU.
Interesting.
It's the third
I think-
iteration of invitational SUNTZU. Yeah.
I think, isn't that like just the way that you'd order the words so in French, I think. So
Then no, that doesn't make sense anyway, because the title is in English.
yeah. Have the team put in the draft yet?
No, because Astolfo has issues with his team being Russian. And not talking to him. So, yeah, we're running into those problems. We also have issue with somebody who said 100% will be there, not being there. Probably enjoying a sweet sleep
I think we've got a few of them.
in the sweet Californian morning. Okay. It was inactive for so long.
That's a shame. I guess it should only happen once though. At least it might make the lobby fresher so it'll last longer.
Couple.
We can believe.
It also automatically selected Salernum.
Okay. Saving those clicks.
Yeah, but it makes me afraid of a bug that it will not be Salernum and instead it will be Apis Graia.
I might just swap the map back and forth.
Well, good news for Astolfo though is that he got Brenter now.
Okay, good. A late joiner, but filling up his ranks. That's nice.
Yeah, he said he will be there after 1 hour. You're only 2.5 hours in. We've got 2
Yeah.
battles already. Perfect.
You were right with that. You were right with him joining after 2 battles, though.
Yeah, I just expected we would have 2 battles done in 1 hour. Instead, it's a little bit slower than that. Just, 100%, more than 100% behind on pace. I want to start going smoother. But the cuts are pretty good. Or do you think I cut off you too much or something?
No, sorry. My mind just drifted there.
I mean, like during a battle cast.
Oh, no. I was perfectly happy with the stuff I got in. I mean, if I notice something, I will just shout it out. If I notice something that's happening that I can see out the corner of my eye, that's all good.
Yeah. Well, feedback is a little bit. You get a little bit too much set on one thing, but there's a new thing happening. So again, is okay. We'll just have to drop it and just cast whatever new thing is happening. You know.
Yeah, it's difficult to track everything that obviously 8 players are doing.
Yeah, I know. I mean, but what's on the screen? So if you want to finish a thought, but something new is happening, then just don't finish the thought. Cast whatever new is happening, and then just come back to it. Like I, for example, wanted to say that Evernone's marksmen have 2 options: capture C or go base, but I couldn't say that for like 5 minutes because every time something new was happening and coming up, and you know, I had to cast that. So finishing your thought, just leave it after, you know, when there's time for it, essentially.
Good to see most of the players still trying to...
selection. I'll just swap myself and see you run around.
Have they submitted the draft yet?
No. At this point, I just want the battles to start. So I just told them to fucking join and go.
Yeah, I mean, we can comment on the draft as they're loading and just at the beginning of the battle.
I mean, instead of a blind draft, might as well be just I don't know, dig draft. Or just come in, select whatever the hell you want, and then just go with it. And if you get countered, you get countered. So, you know, that sort of happened to us in the tournament, the Battle of Gladiators, where it was supposed to be blind pick, right? So you submit the roster to the judges, and you know, everything is being confirmed, blah, 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 and then you get in the lobby and play. And we submitted it. Went in, but the other team didn't submit it yet. They saw our composition and then changed their composition to counter ours.
Yeah. I mean, obviously that's sort of... I think there was a couple of times where I think one of the battles it was posted in so both people could see it by accident. But I think pretty much everyone's stuck to who they're playing. But I think if we look at who's in the game already and look at who they are picking. We've got Special K on the Leonidas, Spears again, no real surprise, and Vertical on the Archers, he did very well both battles. Hun, not on Cavalry. Now obviously he might not lock that in, but it is tier 7, so...
No, Archeon just told me that they are doing the same, but they're changing Brigade Dogs to Swords.
Oh, okay.
So they just haven't selected what they are supposed to play yet.
Alright, well, throwing me off there. So
I mean, come on, Sour Graves. That's gonna be a joke pick.
Yeah, but I mean, you know, it's only the warm-up rounds.
It is a warm-up round, yes. Also, it's just Invitational for fun tournament. And they're really back to skip it.
Okay, and then they're changing dogs to swords, but Quo's changed swords to dogs, so...
Yeah, maybe Archeon wrote it the other way around.
Possibly. Interesting to see that they think they lack the dogs though, because we had the dogs on Eburonis, and we saw they had some impact, but it wasn't that noticeable. They did interrupt a couple of caps, and they were sent in to do a little bit of damage, but it wasn't really consistent enough. In my opinion at least, by watching the game. So it'll be interesting to see what Quo does with the War Dogs.
I wonder if the Vertigo's Archer pick is a courtesy pick because the enemy team has stepped in who only plays Kanana. So they just, you know, like handshake, yeah, okay, Kanana versus Kanana. That will be the ranged matchup for the entire tournament. Let's not try to counter each other. Or let's not just do full melee versus a composition with one ranged. On the other hand,
Yeah, possibly.
that
But
keeps
I think
things a little bit more interesting. Because battles
Classic
with
always
ranged
work.
present in them are more interesting. Obviously, you have a lower chances of winning. But entertainment value, it definitely goes up.
I mean, Vertigo's made some good plays as well. We saw him be top damage in the first game and didn't quite see it just before the battle ended, but I think he was still very high damage. He was leading about 2/3 of the way through, so...
Yeah, I
think
only
he's-
saw the archers
I think he's
getting
done
charged. I never seen any barrage, but barrage I guess is less visible than a charge.
I saw Vertigo in the backgrounds, definitely harassing a lot onto C and initially aiding with that A push, so I think he did some work. And the damage, like, even though you might not notice it, it does just rack up over the course of the battle.
Yeah, I shown the scoreboard towards the end, but not at the very end of the battle. Which is a shame, I guess. Kinda forgot about it in the heat of the moment. I mean, it was a base race. They captured the base almost halfway through. So, if they had a little bit more time, maybe they could have done it. But there were also defensive forces coming in, so probably not. So I've got all the rosters. Astolfo has decided on his roster, but his players are just not coming into the lobby, which is not nice.
I mean, let's have a look at them though.
Arcanine is
So,
also missing one player.
We've got Stefan.
Okay, wait. Maybe it's a bug.
Felt that his archers have been impactful. Most of what we've seen of them being charged, but I guess that shows up, as you said before, that shows up a whole lot more than them doing barrage and chipping away some damage there.
Yeah, so I thought I was bugged. Like in the previous battle, right? Arcanine told me that there's only one spot left. I was like, no, there's 4 spots free. And then I restarted and it was fine. And also, there's still 2 people missing on... Oh, there we go. On both sides altogether.
Not quite sure who we're missing actually.
So if I say
probably
2,
the sub.
wait, so if I say 2 people missing on both sides, that means I mean it like together on both. But if,
No, that means you mean 4 are missing.
no, because that would be each.
No, on both sides. You're combining them, so if there's 2 missing on
Yeah, but
both
if I say
sides,
each, that's when I'm adding up. So each
then
and both just...
both still works though. You're gonna say overall there are 2 players missing, or
So-
there's 1 player missing from each
So,
team.
so 2 players are missing on both sides because both sides are missing people, and all the number together added up is 2.
Yeah, but you're saying 2 people are missing on both sides, so you're combine. You're saying that 2 people are missing on one side, but both, so there's 2 sides, so there's 4.
Yeah, but if I said each, that makes it the same, right?
Yeah.
So what is the word for combining?
In total, together, overall.
Yeah, but
There are
there's
2
no
players-
side.
there are
Yeah,
2
but there's
players
no
missing.
sides involved then. On
Yeah,
both
because you want-
sides,
you,
each
you want
side.
to combine the sides, so why would you even mention them?
Because I want to imply that there are people missing on both sides. It's not
There
like just
are.
one side. Well, right now, yes. It's just one side. See, English language is stupid and doesn't have enough vocabulary in it, even though it is apparently the language with single most words in it.
Yeah, because it's cool.
And it still sucks. It's good.
Nah, it's cool.
No, you're missing crucial words.
Yeah, but I'm not missing an L with a line through it.
Yes, you are. You called it W. So, when we are playing Total War Arena, it's TWA. It's so... or there's Gamil Kara TW. Like, to say W is so stupid.
Yeah, but people use that in a lot of languages. Like in Spanish, it's uve doble.
Which is also stupid.
That's cool.
Just because another language does the same stupid thing as your language doesn't make your language any less stupid.
but Poland.
V. There we go, problem solved.
Right, well, debate about the languages left it with still the same number of people missing. Hey!
I mean, what else can we talk about when we are just fucking waiting because people cannot copy pasta a link into the game?
I see you've got an odd number of free XP. Yeah. It's weird because it's
But
not
an equal
even
number of gold, yeah.
Yeah,
Very
so
suspicious.
cool.
And 0 days of premium. How dare you, CA? Give me some 3 days of premium. I'm organizing a tournament for you, and you're not giving me premium for that? Or some gold?
No, I think they might be giving it's either SUNTZU 1 or 2, because it's the SUNTZU 3 Invitational.
So I got censored on IC and FA. Those are very offensive combinations of letters.
It's so true. I love it when it just cuts off like a random letter in the middle of a sentence. Just makes
I mean,
no
well,
sense.
capital G is censored. Lowercase g is fine, apparently.
Yes! Let's go.
I think capital L? Yep, capital L, censored.
Amnesia, I think you're just a
Lowercase,
criminal. You're just a criminal. Accept this.
What else? This is another letter. Is W? No, W is a... W should have been censored because that's a stupid letter. We've already been over that.
Is L with a line through it censored?
What?
Is L with a line through it censored?
No, because it's OP.
Oh, look at that.
See?
So, languages and 2 people are missing. Yes, words and things. Are they both on Arcleon's team, or are the people
I
missing?
think those are all that we have.
Okay, I will go.
No.
Investigate.
There we go.
Oh, wait,
There's
what?
one more.
No, I can't see another one. I'm saying the stream might be busted.
The N with a dash.
Alright, well, I'm gonna go find out what Art's doing. Okay, so Quo like crashed or something, and Misha can't even get to the main menu, but he's just loaded up. So it's Quo that we're missing. I do think it was a little bit odd that they'd swapped him out, but he should be back, I guess.
Woohoo, Misha is in.
No, it's just a Mr. Quo. Still missing one.
Yeah. Fuck, no. Ah! Oh, wait. Big brain move. How about you go and lead Arcanum's team in Arcanum place?
If you need it, I guess I can. Isn't his like Russian communication slightly required?
I don't know how much he's speaking Russian. It's Astolfo's team's problem, not necessarily Arcanum's.
Okay. Yeah, give it like 2 minutes, I guess, 1 minute, and then if he's not managed to come back. Okie dokie. Well, enjoy the cast.
Ahoy. I guess I'll be here. Yeah, all the breaks in the stream probably would have been much better if we just, you know, just did the fucking event offline and then just posted the replays as we commented at the replays, I guess. I guess I can just, instead of the live commentary, go over a replay with George, but live commentary is always better because you have no idea what is going to happen. With a replay, first of all, you have a timer in the top left corner, so you always know when the battle is about to finish. So you know if there's a combat coming or not, something. Or you just heard about the result, you heard which team won the tournament, so you know that they have to go through or something. They have a lot of Sulas. I don't care about that though, it's a warm-up battle. And now somebody left. Woohoo. Ah, that's just a fucking fiasco. Okay, somebody's back. We're waiting apparently for Sula. He wants to be friends. I guess it's fine. Okay, so the decision has been made that we are going to change to Vesuvius. To, you know, promote the new map, and it's also a great map. It's good that after I asked a question in the lobby chat, everybody responded, or at least anybody, instead of that just rolling and trolling. I need to copy my ready up in Russian. No, my Russian powers. Why can't I post? There we go. Okay, so it's a lobby bug. Fucking perfect. No, that doesn't work. Ah, fuck's sake, CA. See, they have waited for so long that my lobby got bugged in the meantime. Okay, and I'm ready. I'm not ready. I'm supposed to be on the right side. Gonna give it to Sigirion. The special is on the left team. And here's the right team. There's special on the left. Very sure Las Vegas is on the right team. I mean, correct team. That is on the left. Yeah. I know, special is on the right team, so that's correct as well. Okay. That's my mistake. So somebody is missing from the team on the right. Oh, there we go. Woohoo! Let's play. Let's go. It works. Type help for a set, for a list of available battle commands, something. And you're playing on Vesuvius. Okay, now let's get in a serious mode after I get a sip of my drink. So I have Team Sarmatian Lancers as the blue team, Team Eberron's Marksman as the red team. Probably should have an overlay, I don't. So let's see what Sarmatian Lancers have. Sun on swords, Hasdrubal on elephants, Landers on spearmen, Siege on swords, Scipio on cavalry, another Sula on swords.
Fight for control of the battlefield.
And then we have Arminius on double swords, one dog, and we have disconnects, perfect. So that's fine. I mean, Rex and Hakon are here. No. I don't remember the... Fuck. Okay, there we go. There goes all the hype. Interesting thing is that when they disconnect... Oh no, they haven't taken over by the AI yet. They just are disconnected. Okay, create game. Custom battle RR. speedrunning, rehosting a battle. Okay, whoever gets the entire team first in wins. Kappa. I got over 50. Something's gonna be said about my internet. Oh, my internet is back. Maybe my internet is also causing some lobby problems because it keeps randomly disconnecting every now and then for half a minute, sometimes 10 seconds, sometimes a minute. Likely didn't happen in a battle, just in between. And arena servers are made of bricks, so it doesn't actually kick me from the lobby. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to survive either, because I would just be constantly getting kicked. It's like, oh, your internet stopped working for 10 seconds? Out, out, out. I honestly don't know how we went from SUNTZU Invitational II, which was really nice, 8 teams, over 100 players, and everybody just wanted to have fun, came in and had fun. Do these people don't want to have fun, they just want to troll and make other people wait? It's like, yes, I have fun, but I make the other 19 people miserable just so that I can have fun by trolling. That's just not nice. That's really not nice. Okay, Pelasgus, now it's on you. There we go. Okay, hopefully nobody crashes this time around. So, I'll go over the rosters once we are on the battlefield. Everybody deploys.
Fight for control of the battlefield.
Just gonna hide here.
Run them down!
Okay. Let's go. So, the blue team, which is Sarmatian Lances, they have elephants here on the right flank, that is obviously matched by elephants on the other team. Sulla infantry, followed by Leonidas, supported by archers, and also supported by Caesar, who is going with 1 unit to C. Watchtower has already been captured by Abrams marksmen, and there's Scipio cavalry. So they'll here with his Arminius dogs and 2 units of swords is coming in, capturing the tower. Abrams marksman elephants are on E flank. Hafun charging in there with his Scipio cavalry, trying to contest and stop the point gain already so early into the battle. And you know, in the end, it may turn out, it may just be the difference of those few points, so it's always worth it. 2 cavalries running around, spotted by the watchtower, trying to get onto the archers. Backcapping obviously is an option, but pressure on archers is very valuable. And those archers are just pushed away. They don't have a single unit, enemy unit in the range, although Frankenstein is pushing in here. What does he have? Sulla infantry, also being supported by dogs. So map is definitely split. Abrams marksmen seem to be in control over the C area by their pure pressure on D. And Sarmatian Lances are split. They have some units pushing in on A. Elephant is going to make it in. No, it's going to be contested, so he'll start capping. He'll be very slow since it's only 1 unit. A charge over here, Gamlikara TW, because English is a great language. These units are getting cut down quite heavily, and attacks from all angles, but those Leonidas speeds over here do hold back quite a significant portion. They also need to come back and stop the elephant from contesting. 1 unit will do though, so it seems like Gray's Caesar infantry is going in there. A lot of units piled in on D, but those dogs don't have a very good time. Leonidas in here doing some nice work. Well, we'll start doing some nice work soon enough, I would assume. Also has pikemen, but those pikemen already lost around 60% of their HP, if not 70. Let's look at E. Not being contested. B is being contested. An elephant versus cavalry. Elephant obviously wins, but very, very slowly. It's all about just the 9 points, and it's 0 points per second. Now that A is not being contested, and it's back being contested, so still 0 points per second for Abrams marksman. So it already seems to be a very long battle, or rather it's... I can predict that it can be very, very long. C unlocking in 7 seconds, both teams sending an elephant over there, but Abrams marksmen already have infantry over there, so 1 elephant versus 1 elephant supported by 2 units of infantry. Cavalry is coming in for the side of Sarmatian Lances, trying to heal over here, but elephant is coming in to try to prevent it. Cavalry also stopping killing here behind D, but it doesn't seem like Abrams marksmen have enough power to cap it. Healing has come through on E. Another unit of dogs this time is going to contest B. Elephant has seemed to have retreated to heal up, so there's a slight opportunity over here. Archeon and Solitary are going to finish somebody in the forest. So, slight advantage to them, to Salvation Lances on the EB flank. We'll see if they will be able to translate it into a capture point. B is being captured, not contested. The elephant is in here, we can see the dogs attacking it, and ever so slightly slowing it down, but I don't think they can slow it down enough. D is definitely going to be defended. A, same, so let's now take a look at C. Brenter is winning the elephant duel against Krasive. And Frankie Styler is cutting down Ahun's infantry, cavalry, which isn't in awful perseverance. Archeon is coming in with his Scylla infantry. He's whipping his men, whipping it out to get there as quickly as possible. Now Elephant is just going to run around in circles, trying to prolong the duel that he is going to inevitably lose. Ahun is going to get in and the unit of cavalry. Dennis has come in, as well as Brenter with his elephant on top of B. So Slatel is forced to retreat with his dogs if he doesn't want to lose that unit and give away free XP for free. Unit XP for free, there we go. Steppenwolf positioning here around D. It may not be defended actually, it might be taken by Eberron's marksman. So they are behind on points right now, but every single point is contested, apart from B. So very slow point gain for all teams. Let's see, Brenter should now win the duel. Oh, Arches shooting in the back, Vertigo, really good positioning, and that turns around the elephant duel last possible second. That elephant has only 1000 HP, although it's being killed now by double pay. So let's see if veteran legionaries of Ricky Styler on Sula can deal enough damage and out-damage his healing essentially. It's getting close. He's losing some HP, but now he's running away. So maybe he can get off the healing, or at least full value out of it before going down. The Vertigo's archers are now transitioning over to B. There's only one elephant over there as well. Very aggressive positioning out of Vertigo, but if you can get good angle on Brenter and start shooting him in the back, that is going to be a lot of damage towards the elephant. Need to be aware of those Damnati coming in. Let's see at D. So they either managed to heal, or it's just a dead player that has spawned in and now coming into D. Capture has gone through for a little bit, for literally a split second, but Rex is in there to defend, and I think Eberron's marksmen are slowly running out of steam. So what they need to do is just hold. They're holding back quite a significant force over here, preventing them from reinforcing C. They're holding V with just one elephant, so that's alright. Dennis has somewhat caught Vertigo's archers, so though he's now defending him, Vertigo is slipping away and still in a pretty good position to attack Brenter, who is at half HP, and just contesting with archers. That's really what I like to see. That is a good aggressive archer play, worthy of my praise, which is something that is quite rare. Now cavalry of Espada sneaking around to prevent the healing, except there's no healing being done. So not really much to gain there, but maybe just some time. There we go, he realizes there's no point in doing so and retreats. Now, Archeon briefly just holding the watchtower, doesn't really reveal that much, so he's now confidently pushing forward. It reveals the forest, so it reveals that there's no Eberron's marksman trying to sneak around. And that elephant is slowly going down. Although the archers have been cut down, 34, 42, well, it's not the most firepower they can have, but it's still enough to combine with all these swordsmen to cut down that elephant, and B is going to be captured. C also is going the way of Sarmatian lances, and an attack on D by Eberron's marksman has also failed. So it was looking good for Eberron's marksman. They had an advantage on C, they had an advantage on D, they're holding B with the elephant. But in the end, well, not in the end, it's still very early into the battle, but it has all already crumbled. So we have a repeat of the first warm-up battle situation, where Sarmatian Lances have taken control over 4 out of 5 points, and Eberron's marksmen have failed their big attack on one flank, and now they're very largely behind the temple because all of the players on Sarmatian Lances are all healed up or almost healed up, and they can continue pressing onward, and they're already pressing on top of the base, which I would assume a lot of everyone's marksman forces will be pouring out of. They are pouring out of their healing zone behind A, which everything is being spotted because Submission Lances able to go forward. They go the watchtower and now see every single movement out of the enemy. Well, most of them anyway, as they have pressure all over the map. So everyone's marksmen are splitting their forces. Half of them is going to B and the other half is going to D. I wouldn't be so certain on the to D move. That's very difficult flank to push. You have all the forests, you have overseeing watchtower, although if they can push them out with pikes obviously win any frontal duel, so still going to be the case here. Now they're going to take over that watchtower, which is going to give them advantage, so they can try to capitalize on it and push forward with that. Also, yes, I have a very nice CPU lag that wasn't present in any of the previous battles and has just appeared out of nowhere for no reason, because why not? It's arena after all, and let's not have a good internet connection or stable service. I don't know. That's not nice anyway. Can't wait to just cast the replay. But then again, it is slightly one-sided for now. There we go. A charge by Aku, need to step on the move. Half dodged, half not, and those are some dead archers on the way over here. But how it is developing right now, I don't really see everyone's marksman taking B under back under control. So they're trying C. So they're going working over there. Surprised flank. There we go. It's going to route. The point is going to be captured. It's going to be to be captured. I don't know. English is very, very hard. Akun charges in anyway. I wonder if he has overavailable. He hasn't used it yet, so maybe he doesn't have it. No, he does. Maybe he just came up with cooldown. Either way, he is in, and that will also allow Arcanion to easily walk in, as he's preventing Freakstyler from going any further at the edge of the point, so that cannot be contested, just like Submission Lances are doing here against Everyone's marksman on the D point. Dogs are flanking in. Rex can be here in trouble if he gets reflanked. Now he's turning around, trying to prevent the reflank quite nicely, but he's in formed combat for no reason really. There's no longer frontal combat, so if you're not in frontal combat, you're surrounded, flanked. That's the clue for you to disable formation attack. But having said that, I said also that everyone's marksmen are probably not going to get B back. Looks like they will. They have managed to turn it around. They do have the healing zone at the base pretty close, obviously not as close, nowhere near as close as Submission Lances. Submission Lances do have one player dead, but it's still 40 seconds left to go. There we go, now they have lost everything and B is going to be taken back for possible rush on E, but Submission Lances are regrouping. But it's good to see that Everyone's marksmen are getting back in control. In the first battle on Apis Graya, they didn't even manage to get the side point, they lost, and the battle just ended with 4 points being controlled to 1. So now the battle will slow down again. C is being contested, just 2 points per second gain by both teams. So quite slowly. A is contested, so just 1 point per second gain, that's really good. Everyone's marksmen are getting their staff together. Archers are now transitioning over to defend E, but that leaves Arclon without archer support. But then again, he doesn't really need it. An elephant is coming in, so C is going to be contested unless Everyone's marksman can launch an attack from this forest. They hold onto the watchtower. Submission Lances don't know if the forces that are in this forest are they going forward to attack D, or are they going to flank C and attack it from the side. They are sending the elephants, so they will know that in advance with some preemption. Let's see, they're also sending Rex around the flank again with his Caesar infantry, so he's quite fast. Frontal attack onto the watchtower. Get a kind of flank over here, maybe another unit will do. I mean, especially with his phalanx, he wants to attack from the front. Rex should be going around. Definitely not informed combat. Come on, Rex. Anyway, see dogs now. Oh, there we go. They have taken the watchtower. Now they know every single move that's happening here, and they know that all the reinforcements are very, very far away. Still holding on to C. Just 1 unit of Freaky left to be cleared. Archers of Vertigo being pushed back as they don't have vision, so Steppenwolf using that to his advantage, but now Elephant comes in and spots them, and Vertigo is able to respond. Both of them not dodging each other's volleys. Well, Steppenwolf getting slightly ahead in this duel, so advantage him. Vertigo already lost 1 full unit and half of the other one. Well, Vertigo still has all 3, but they're definitely not full health. Well, 2 out of 3. Now, pressure from the infantry coming from Las Vegas, pushing it forward. Espada coming in from a flank, supporting with his cavalry. Those archers might be in trouble, but Ahun should be able to stop any cavalry advances with his own cavalry. But archers have already been caught off guard by the dual swords. Then again, maybe he just wants to sacrifice them so that this unit can bring them over and bring all 3 units back with just 1 heal. But the bonus marksmen are advancing onwards to E, and it's looking promising. They do have 1 elephant coming in, the other one is Krasivi, so that's going to be neutralized, and Krasivi has a 2nd elephant in this area. Brenter, another elephant of his, is at C. Krasivi also has 1 elephant over here on A, denying the healing, as Submission Lances are trying to push forward and get it. They might do it, but it doesn't look too promising. They don't have that big of an advantage. Grey is getting his healing off, despite an elephant going rampage on that healing zone. Not enough of a rampage. Now he dies, so Grey is going to get his healing. A should be still in control of Eberron's marksman. Question is, can it take E? Not really. Another elephant of Brent is coming in, but there are 2 elephants that are 2v1ing Brent's elephant. So if he goes in, that's just another 2v1, which he's not likely to win. So he needs to retreat to B and heal up his elephant. He still has his 2nd one on C, still contesting that, slowing down the point gain from Submission Lances, so it's only 2.2 points per second, not 3.3, giving his team more time to react and do something. And that something is sending Freaky Styler to C. There are only 2 units of infantry inside now. Solatelli is around with all 3 of his units, but only one of them, that is at half HP, is going to C. We see Espada's cavalry now sneaking around to D. If he turns around and goes to C, they maybe be able to turn around. It's keep your cavalry after all. Just gets a good route or 2, and you're set. Solatelli is going with his infantry to try to sneak up B. So an elephant or cavalry would be very, very useful over here. Brenter's elephant survived, it wasn't cut down. So yep, it healed up. Dogs were sent to deny the healing, but they didn't make it in time. CPU lag is going absolutely crazy now. Connection lost.
Our capture point is contested.
I wonder if that's really my connection. It might be. No, not this time. It is not my connection. So it's just the servers. The servers have decided to stop working. Oh, maybe now they're going. Who is the first time in this battle that I have 0 CPU lag? Let's celebrate that with maybe Eberron's marksman taking C. It is possible. It doesn't look like Submission Lances have any more reinforcements coming from that healing zone over here. Their archers have been largely cut off by Espada's cavalry. Krasivi's elephant is bringing another one back on a healing zone. So Eberron's marksman managed to hold on to B, managed to hold on to A. Now I think they should invest everything into trying to take C. Maybe a sneaky attack on E with Espada's cavalry could be a possibility. Then again, Aklun is also in the area. Can just charge in and off cavalry with Zoth. Now Aklun is recalling. Yeah, well, he has only 1 unit. He wants to bring the other 2 back as quickly as possible, so he can get into C. Krasivi is there with his elephant, so unless Eberron's marksmen have an elephant of their own, or some really, really powerful archers, at least rank 4, which I don't think they are, definitely not yet, at this point, it's going to be difficult to get rid of that elephant. That attack on C doesn't look as promising anymore. Grey over here doesn't have that much HP anymore. Rex, oh, there we go, a second flank has been found. He turns around, makes a huge mistake, gets another flank for free on himself. Now he's getting routed. He'll obviously get out of this, as Grey doesn't have enough soldiers to punish that. But still, quite a big mistake by Rex, turning around in combat like that, applying another flank to himself, and then routing from that. Oh, nice volley by Vertigo, wrecking Steppenwolf in here. A weird 1v1 exchange, 1v1 as in just one unit of archers each, but Vertigo has a healing zone right behind C. Steppenwolf doesn't, he has to go all the way back to his base, and also always recall, but that healing may be interrupted by either elephants or the cavalry that is now roaming around. Akun is sending them down the river, which is not a river, it's magma. So there we go. Extinguished magma, extinguished lava that becomes magma. I have no idea about volcano terminology, other than lava and magma exist and probably are somewhat different. But I have no idea what the difference is. Maybe magma is the extinguished lava. That's my guess. Let me know in the comments, Kappa, or in the chat. So Ahun now contesting Brenter with his cavalry. Not even going to click on it. Actually, that is a big brain move, because if he right-clicks on the elephant, all the soldiers will just bunch up and try attack the elephant. And that means that elephant's AoE attacks will be strong. Just look at this elephant, he's smacking that cavalry, and that cavalry doesn't give a fuck. It barely loses any HP with every single smack of his trunk. He can just contest a point forever like this. Yep, he can just do it forever. But now another elephant is coming. And in a 1v1 duel, well, Bertha should win because he has rank 2, Krasiv has only rank 1. And it's also Hannibal versus Hasdrubal. So Hannibal should be able to win. And I am a noob because Eburnus Marksmen have just captured D, and I have completely missed it because I was talking about lava and magma like an idiot that I am. So there we go. Eburnus Marksmen, great job, however you did that. Now you have to hold on to it. There's still quite significant forces in the area. The advantage of having C is also that healing zone that is quite close to D. The difference in distance isn't that big actually. So distance from D healing zone to D and C healing zone to D isn't that large. So it's a fair fight for D. So we can expect a tug of war in here between those two teams, just both of them running back and forth between their healing zones. And yes, true, now Eburnus Marksmen have more points per second, but as soon as this is contested, that's gone. And they are 1000 points behind. So they need to contest C, they need to contest E. It is possible for them to make Sarmatian Lances gain 0 points per second if they position their forces well. Put an elephant on top of E, put an elephant on top of B to prevent backcapping, put an elephant on C, I guess, and then put everything else in D and just fight for it. Well, there is 1 point per second gain now as Pelasgos has charged, hasn't charged in, he only does, walked in on top of C. Tricky Star is going to follow him by whipping his men into submission. But, well, it's still looking pretty alright for Sarmatian Lances. Moving the forces around, trying to go and contest D, slow that point gain for Eburnus Marksmen as well. They aren't sending anything to B though. Akon is still in the area with Suateli's dogs. Dogs are now being sent against archers. Those archers will be eaten. Ooh, that was a nice barrage. Steppenwolf found really... Yeah, okay, nice. That was really nicely done. Those dogs got wrecked. What I'm actually surprised by is that these dogs went around this corner correctly. Usually what would happen, they would just bug out and charge the wall and kill themselves. Maybe that's what happened. I don't know, maybe that was self-inflicted damage and not from Steppenwolf's barrage or something. I don't know, that must be... we should, I don't know, clip it and see it. What? 5 units capturing Sarmatian Lance's base. They are 500 points away from victory. 1 point per second gain. So if it keeps like that, they win. So Abrams Marksman trying to flip it around by going for a base capture. The under a tough contest, no player is dead, so no respawns coming in, so they're trying to heal, but you're running away from the elephant. Then it's Vegas. It's running around, but that's only 1 unit healed. The other two are back down in a fight. So Abrams Marksman would need another capture, and maybe that is going to happen on E. We see 2 units capping, maybe more. Archeon can come in, but he can be stopped by Fixed-Tyler. Brenda can just walk through and add another unit that will be capping. They need some cavalry to run here as quickly as possible. Some National Lances, that is, on the elephant. But that elephant may not come in time. Fixed-Tyler, a little bit of a mistake. He should have stopped Archeon on the edge so that Archeon doesn't come in, but Fixed-Tyler is still capping, because that speed in capture time, or that change in difference in capturing speed, may be difference between them capping it in time before this elephant arrives. It's important for Brenter not to walk out of the point, and now he needs to stop this elephant from getting in. Let's see, stomp. Ooh, some archer help to stop Archeon. Our elephant rotating in, rotating the stomp, and he got in. See, that is a misplay. That is the difference between a good player and a great player. Great player would have stayed in here, kept capturing, and prevent Archeon from getting in as I try to get connected to the server again. But that being said, I see that Salmation Lances are getting 0 points per second, so a comeback is possible. The base has almost been captured, but now it's obviously getting stopped, so that is under control. But 0 points per second gained, C contested, not going to be captured, but if they can get E, elephant, if it exposes its back, it has to run away, but if he runs out, he's going to. Is he? No. But he's going... Oh, he's taking it in the ass from 2 elephants. That is not good for his health. And he's going to go down, and as soon as he goes down, that point is captured by Abrams Marksman. That being said, on the other side of the battlefield, the same is happening on D. Can Pelasgus make it in time? I don't think so. That capture is going to be really fast. That is a lot of units in here. They should be able to capture it, but they're walking out. But they're also walking out to block Pelasgus, unless they walk out all of them, and that would reset the capture. Didn't happen. They got it right. So they're holding on to D. They still have C. D now cannot be contested for 90 seconds. So that is at least 90 points secured more. A is also being captured. Dennis Vegas charges in last second. Okay, not last second, but just in time before it goes too far. And it's on only 3 units of cavalry. So now Abrams Marksmen know where all 3 units of cavalry units are. They're still contesting C with Brenda's elephant. Now 3 archers have come in, so they will be able to chip down the elephant pretty quickly. But he goes going around, cover all angles. Brenter knows that. He just accepts his fate. That he's going to die sooner or later. With a little bit of a miss on the stomp. So there we go. Now it's 2 points per second for Submission Lances. Let's see what Abrams Marksman can think of to try to come back in this game. Bennett has already revenged his elephants. That was nice timing. 1 of them is already coming into C, 2 of them coming out of this healing zone. Either another attack on base, I don't know. Attack on base is not going to work. They're too close to victory. The only way to win for Abrams Marksman now is to contest both C and D and make sure Submission Lances get 0 points per second while they're getting at least 1 point per second from B being just locked by the virtue of them having captured E. They're going to defend A. That's good for them, but it's not about defending, it's about contesting. They need to get cavalry, elephants, anything in here. I don't know, off it, hold the line it, or just elephant it. Well, we know where the elephants are. One of them was at C, but now he's looking into base. No, I just said base capture is not going to work. They have 2 points per second, and they're too close. It's less than 200 points away. That's less than 100 seconds away from victory. You cannot capture base in 100 seconds. That is just not possible. And definitely not possible with so many troops around. Yeah, you're going to push in, and what? You're going to have 5 units max inside the base? Oh, that is a blunder from Abrams Marksman. That is not the way to win. The only way they can win is, as I said, contesting both C and D. which they're contesting D. They need to contest C. There we go. Espada is coming in. But the problem is they're putting all these units in the base. Kind of a mistake from Submission Lances also to try to respond to that. Because if they didn't respond to that and just made sure the points aren't contested, they're just going to win by points before that base can ever be captured. But now they're getting 0 points per second. They need to get Espada out. And problem is, Espada can be killed, can be pushed out of those points. So you need some elephants and you need some infantry to get in there and hold what Espada, like the foothold that Espada has established with his cavalry. But all of that infantry is in the base, getting cut down for no reason. So yeah, that's not really contributing. Yes, you're getting getting these forces occupied in here, but as long as they're fighting you on top of a point, you're happy. You just need to be alive yourself on top of a point. So still 0 points gained per second. Denis Vegas is dying here, and as soon as that happens, 1 point per second and only 70 seconds away from victory. Eberron's Marksman still 460 seconds away. So they really need to make sure everything is being contested at all times. Brent is sending in another elephant, Espada sending in another cavalry unit. Brent and Espada, 2 main carries in this battle, definitely. But just big mistakes by the infantry players on the side of Eberron's Marksman really make the difference. And again, it's so sad to see. I want them to win at least one battle, but with the blunders out of their infantry players, there's still hope. There is still hope. They have 1 point per second guaranteed because B is permanently locked as long as they hold on to E. So it's guaranteed at least 1 point per second as long as everything else is contested. But everything else needs to be contested. They need to keep contesting C. Now they have 2 points per second because they have cut down the attack on A. But it's only 20 seconds away from victory for Submission Lances as long as they can get points in. 19 now somehow, because maybe D hasn't been contested for a while. They have finally realized the win condition. Question is, have they realized it too late? It's free. Is it? Okay, C is now going to be unlocked. They have 0.0, but the points are counting up. There we go. Maybe it's because of CPU lag. I don't know. It's all going crazy. 0 points per second again. Pelasgo's made it in. With pikes. 4 seconds away from... Wait. How is it going up? Everything is being contested. I don't get it. That's cheating. That's a bug. That is a bug. Eberron's Marksmen have potentially lost this battle to a bug that somehow kept giving points to Submission Lances while they were not supposed to be getting points. What? What the hell was that? Why were they getting points? Everything was being contested. Am I somehow lagging and not saying things correctly? And that just doesn't make sense. It said 0.0 and the points kept going up. That is... I don't know. The only word that comes to my mind is ridiculous. At so many levels. But that was a really good battle. Very equal. I think if not for that bug, Eberron's Marksman could have done it. It was possible. Obviously I didn't see the fog of war. I don't know if there were any reinforcements coming after Pelasgos. Likely scenario was that maybe they just kill Pelasgos and there's nothing else coming in. And then just hold it for 20 seconds and then just win. But I don't know how many 3 seconds they have gotten because of that bug. Wow. I think this battle should be counted as a draw. Because, well, it was so close and it was ultimately lost to a bug. So it's not the players' fault, they did the correct thing. Albeit slightly late, because that attack on the base was just a mistake. And if they haven't launched that attack on the base and just started doing what I said the win condition is from the very beginning, and they started doing it later, maybe they're listening to the stream. It's like, okay, just listen to the stream, Mr. will tell us the win condition, and then we'll start doing it. But anyway, let me copy the lobby link so that everybody else can come in. I don't know if Sijuran has realized that. Oh yeah, points for killing units. That's the new thing. I forgot about it. It's not a bug. You get points for killing units now.
And
Hi,
routing.
George. Yeah, and routing and all the other stuff. Yeah, I forgot about
Yeah.
that. Yeah, that's the new patch. That's the newest patch.
That battle was it was quite fun actually from capturing it. But Quo has managed to come back.
Yeah,
So,
I was.
Ark-
What the fuck was happening? Why are they getting points 0.0 points per second?
Yeah.
Okay, so
saw it and I was like-
I have just clowned myself on them. You know what was a bigger clown? Whoever decided to attack the base. There we go.
That
Shouldn't
was
have done
that was quite clowny. Right at the end, that base attack, I was like, "Why are you guys defending it? Send back like 2 units."
Well,
They're
weren't
not
you
gonna
the
cap it."
commander?
Yeah.
Yeah, then you should have ordered that. Or if you,
What do you think I was doing?
or as soon as you saw them going there, you should have stopped them from doing that.
I did.
Well, it's on you. You're the captain, so it's always your fault.
It is. Yeah. I'm not the great negotiator when it comes to Eastern Europeans. So. But no, it was fun. It was close. I
So
enjoyed
remember,
it.
ja nie rozumiem po-ruski. There you go.
Yeah, sure, whatever that means.
And then speak English, noobs. Well, that means I don't understand Russian.
That's true.
Or you can try Ich bin Ausländer, sprechen ich bin Deutsch. Which also works.
Yeah, sure. What's that, like I only speak German or something?
It is like, I'm a foreigner and I don't speak German well.
Oh, okay.
And in Italian, I think it would be Io non parlo italiano. Yeah, I think io non parlo. Or just no parlo, because if you say parlo, that that contains the io. So when you say I am or I don't speak English, in Italian they change their the verbs. So speak becomes I speak by default. So the I can be dropped. Do you get that concept?
Yeah, I think I get it.
Italian,
How was-
such a superior language.
Yeah, sure. How was the battle from spectators' perspective? So,
Pretty cool. If I wasn't an idiot and I was like, yeah, they're doing everything right, why is it 0 points per second? Why are they gaining points? I was like, oh, that's why they're gaining points, obviously.
yeah,
Forgot
my
about
brain
it.
was hurting. At the start of it, that was cool. I was like, low point gain, lots of contesting.
Yeah, at the
It was
beginning,
going
your
well.
team fucked up big time again, so...
Well, it still made it fun, in though, in my opinion. Rather than the battle just being
yeah, almost
straight
made a
stop.
combat. Almost.
Yeah, no, but it was fun. I mean, my brain is like hurting, but still.
I think you attacked the wrong flank.
What, at the beginning?
Mm-hmm.
That was predetermined. That was Ark's Ark and Ahun's strategy when I joined. Well, at least that's what I think they were saying in Russian. That's
Oh,
what they
wait.
said to me, at least at the end.
What the fuck is... What are these Russians doing in here? Okay.
Oh,
okay.
like
Okay.
no, Astolfo's down to 5 players.
What?
Astolfo's down to 5 guys. He has to have replacements.
Okay.
The Russians are getting their friends in, so it's going to be Astolfo and like 9 Russians.
This is
7
turned into a Russian tournament. Great.
Would you mind streaming again?
Now Guts?
Yeah, well, Guts was on the list.
No, he was not. We did the draft yesterday. He was not there.
He's on the spreadsheet.
Well, if he just signed up now...
No, apologies for spamming like 50,000 backslashes in the box, because that's my push to talk, so I'll clean that up.
I I don't know, there's one crazy tournament, luckily. The format, being for fun, allows that kind of bullshit to happen, so that a tournament can happen. That's the best format ever. Because imagine a team pulling such bullshit in a serious tournament.
What, winning on kills and rounds?
No, I mean, oh, yeah, we have signed up with this set of 10
I
players,
see, yeah.
and now we have just replaced 7 of them with 7 new ones.
Yeah, you sign up to some like B team tournament and it's like, oh, did I mention we're subbing out all of our players?
Yeah. Or going to our nation's cap. It's like, yeah, our team is Polish. Don't mind that half of them is French. Or are you representing the country of Liechtenstein? Everybody has got it here. I don't know, San Marino. And this is, the combination of all the strongest people from across Europe. At least one of the subs isn't fucking Russian.
Yeah, but your stream, start it, that would be cool.
Yeah. We still have time before the battle starts.
That's true, actually. That's true.
We can chill.
Have a look what they're going for. I thought they were discussing just going for the same thing again.
Yeah, see, so now I have to cast the battle from it. Also, I had fucking CPU lag the entire time. Didn't have in any of the previous battles. This battle, CPU lag all the time.
I saw you. You accidentally helped out our team though. One of their units went through the forest.
If they went through me, then it's their fault.
Well, they went through the forest and you scouted them, so.
You should have known that I was there.
I thought 3 summers was a no-no.
Oh, that's their team.
Oh yeah, possibly. That's the right team on Ark's behalf, I recognise them. Although Ark's readied up as a player, so not sure about that one.
Yeah, I'm just telling him to go back to captaining.
I did give him the choice. I said, like, Quo's back. Do you know if you want to captain? That's fine. I'll go get him. I think he heard me. I'm not 100% sure.
So were you actually leading the team, or was Arkman still doing all the talking?
He was doing the talking, so I assume he's gonna be captain.
Yeah, but in the previous battle. The one that we just played on Vesuvius.
Well, they did some of the Russian to Russian communication, and I wasn't particularly good at that, but I think I still managed to use pings and drawing for the Russians to make it relatively okay. And obviously they can understand, it's not like they can't understand.
Did you draw a PP?
I didn't actually.
That is a missed opportunity to draw a PP.
Shout out to ALK935 though, he would have done that because he's weird. But no, I didn't.
Whoever the fuck that is.
Yeah.
I have one guy who's matchmaking. Can invite him. Everybody else is in private lobby. I guess I could add them to my friends list. That would be nice. Why can't I? I'm clicking on them, it doesn't work. Is the lobby bugged again?
I mean, I can't tell.
Like when I click on a player, I should be able to add them to friends, watch their profile.
I think so, yeah.
Okay, I just give Gats a team role.
Oh, which team? Is that?
Astolfos.
Okay, yeah. Alright, that's Eburonis, yeah.
Yeah. I still cannot right click on people. I don't know.
Okay, Guts has got the rolls.
Okay, but at this point I shouldn't be surprised by shit not working. No, Brenter is the lobby owner.
Oh, Arc swapped units. Yeah, okay. I think the teams are good if they ready up. Brenter just needs to be the one who starts it. Don't think that should be an issue.
Okay, so now Astolfos' team just needs to start. But I was saying that your tier 1's fought Espada's cavalry as well.
Mine?
Yeah.
Oh, they were behind yours, so I'm not sure how he managed to.
So when someone, well, behind, depends from which side you're looking, huh?
Towards the base and towards the back of the map.
Well, if he comes from around that side.
I guess he must have. I guess he must have clipped it coming out of.
Anyway.
Out of the base.
So a person joins our Discord, right? No harm, just join.
Yeah.
Which I think is the famous light artillery cheater who managed to attack people in Fog of War.
Cool.
Might be a different guy though. But anyway. He joins the Discord and it says that the commander's role have been assigned to him. But then I click on him and he doesn't have the commander's role.
Yeah, the commander role's been like dying.
It's the bots that are fucking up.
Yeah, that's what I mean though, it's just not particularly working.
Okay, everybody's ready. Commander needs to press play. I don't see the set of commands, shortcuts.
I'll go let him know. Brent is muted, but apart from that, we're all good.
Where the fuck is everyone leaving now? Now I cannot even press escape in the game. What the fuck? Okay, restart. These bugs, man. I mean, half the waiting time is caused by games crashing, lobbies not working, because why would you ever design a feature that works? Just simply works. Obviously there has to be a shit ton of bugs. And only if everything is absolutely perfect, everybody's connection, PC, and all that shit is perfect, they join very quickly, then it works. Otherwise, no. Keep trying, hahaha. Okay. I wonder if I can right-click people now, as intended. I don't even know if I got the sides right last battle. I'm so fucking confused. Also, all the players switching teams and new players coming in. That was a crazy battle though, so that's good. So when it comes to promoting Arena by showing a cool battle with Lionheart, can use that one. Hopefully the next two will also deliver.
I mean, I'd like to see the replay because
Oasis was also alright.
They're adamant that my cavalry managed to stop the cap in some way of the base, which I'm not quite sure. But...
Yeah, but they fucked up. When they were capping E, they fucked up capping. And I said it on during the cast, but there's a difference between a great player and a good player. So, what was it? Freaky Starter, I think, he made a huge mistake. He stopped Archeon, but he stopped Archeon like way in front of the point, so he came out after the point himself. You need to stop him in front of the point, but while you yourself are still capping. Because that difference in capping speed can be the difference that you need before the Terfan comes in. And that's exactly what happened.
Yeah, there were a couple of times where on both sides it was milliseconds between getting a unit on the cap or a unit coming off the cap or just managing to secure it. I know when we retook D, that was there were gladiators running at the point in charge as we finished the cap. So there were some really close moments in it, which I found enjoyable.
Yeah. And that's why when somebody, makes a mistake like that, it's like, oh, come on. I expect better. And when you go into a tournament, like if you are talking about SUNTZU team, right? I want only the guys who know all those tiny details, all those tiny maneuvers that you need to do in order to win. Because contesting the point is the most important skill that you can have, and it you know, conglomerates a lot of other skills, just seeing all the units that are coming in, stopping them at the right position. Because yeah, a single small mistake can be just half a second cap slower, but sometimes that half a second is the difference between winning and losing the battle. Because if they captured E back then, maybe they win. Because that was so close.
But then the other thing is, obviously, if they did take it, then
I mean, okay, the biggest blunder,
as
like
well,
the biggest was the attack on the base. That was stupid.
The first or second?
One towards the end.
Right, okay.
Because the win condition was start contesting both of the points so that they have 0 points gained per second, and then just win like that. Obviously I was a moron and I forgot that you can still gain points for killing units, but still, you get how many points like that? I think it's about 200 maybe, right? Over the course of the entire battle. I don't know, 200, 300. So it's less than 10%. So still the main point gain comes from capture points. So if the time wasn't wasted on the base attack, then it could have been invested in already contesting those points, stopping the point gain of the enemy team earlier, giving yourself more time.
I think everything adds up, and some things...
Yeah, but even despite the big blunder, they still could have won if they just captured E faster.
Yeah, it was close, yeah. But there are probably mistakes we made.
Those are painful things to see.
But there are obviously mistakes that we would have made as well, that it could have been like, oh, we could have got this, or we could have done that, or we misplayed this part or something, so... I think it does even out, and you can never sort of replay that twice, but just have something slightly different, because
yeah, it's probably the,
people will react all the time.
Just going to the wrong place on the map, just like attacking that base, right? And you also might have made a blunder.
Yeah.
But that's like a team macro decision, but it was micro decision that just come down to everybody's like individual decision making, individual skill. Also, where the fuck is the last player? Why is this tournament called SUNTZU waiting for the last guy to join? Everybody's 19 people already. Where is the 20th? Or is the lobby bugged again?
Well, I think the lobby's fine.
Woohoo! No! I don't know who to blame. Is it the shit servers? Is it the shit coding? Is it the shit people that cannot organize themselves and just join and just press ready and then just play? Or is it the combination of all of these? Probably the last one. But holy shit.
There's everyone. Just a few unit changes.
Why do you have to go to such lengths just to play some arena?
Yeah. Oh well. It's what it is at the moment. But hopefully it can improve the more that people play it.
Well, I mean, We're literally scraping the barrel in here. So, when in SUNTZU Invitational II, we had 100 players signed up, over 100, across 8 teams. That went smoother than this. Because we weren't scraping the barrel with the people that signed up. And just everybody wanted to have fun, came in and just had fun. So yeah, it's very sad to see what it has become.
I think it'll only pick up by people playing it though, so it's at least a start.
If you remember back to, well, I don't know if you ever participated in any, because scared. But on SUNTZU trainings, it was pretty smooth. Here's the lobby link, everybody comes in, okay, captain this, captain that, pick your teams, bam, 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 picked, okay, let's go. If there's a reset, and it's always smooth. So it can be done. Whatever, let's cast the battle.
Indeed, from the other perspective. For me at least, and for you as well, yeah.
Fight for control.
So we already saw
I
some
keep changing.
minor... Yeah, we already saw some minor chat talk there. Where they did say about pressurizing D, which I think that could work. That's what they lacked before, I think. If they managed to secure D, there was a couple of times they got pretty close.
Okay, then try to talk about the units and where they go.
Yeah, so it's quite similar here. They're again sending the elephants and the gladiators to the southern part. I think that worked relatively well for them, so I'm not surprised in doing it again. I think there's a slightly different commander change.
Both watchtowers for Everyone's Marksman at the beginning. Just look, they see pretty much the entire map. That's really good.
They did get both outposts at the beginning of the first one, and obviously that was close, so possibly a repeat. Palaskos might be looking. Oh no, Palaskos is no, I'm not sure. Can't quite tell if Palaskos noticed his other unit up there, right at the top of the map, being killed. But
And now we've lost the watchtower.
Palaskos sending up another unit to take its place, though. Hold that again. Ah, Quoan cavalry we see for the first time today.
Ooh, this is getting serious. So are my lags.
Yeah, I mean, he's lost a unit already, but I didn't quite see where that was, but he's got some of the deep flanks, maybe going for the caster over there, and the team captain, just looking them up. He's coming right around.
Look at that fort over here, around the watchtower.
The watchtower, unfortunately,
he's being captured.
It's cool to see, yeah, exactly, it's cool to see the vision, but if you don't really make anything of it, if you're just sitting there, then you don't get any points for holding it, so interesting to see how they'll react.
Well, we get points for killing units, which, it may help with. Also, the vision is just information, to be honest.
That's true, but with vertigo archers...
okay, that's just troll.
Or just Quo, yeah.
Yeah, just classic infantry dodging away from cavalry so that cavalry has a clear charge on archers.
That sounds like a Mr. Pain moment there.
That's absolute classic. Why would you, a heavy infantry player, stop enemy cavalry while the archers can tank it for you?
I'm not sure. It makes perfect sense to me. Oh my lord. Okay, those war dogs not looking too healthy.
And that Scipio cavalry, that charge.
It was pretty close range. I didn't think that was going to work.
Yeah, they got absolutely wrecked, so for establishing control. The healing zone might be denied. Well, it will be, but for only short period of time. The archers are not in a great position. Yeah, well, he's not going to catch if he doesn't have charge. He's just Caesar. But Vertigo does not have a good positioning. Spada, another not charged commander. They're not playing Germanicus really. Everybody's playing Sulla and Caesar for some reason.
I think we've only seen a couple of Germanicus, which was surprising, I think.
No, I think we haven't seen any, to be honest. But that's been the point anyway.
I think we saw one in the first game and one in the second.
C is contested by an elephant and Espada's Sulla's infantry.
That's just right there.
And he's trying to chase an elephant in Fortify. There we go. He didn't realize.
Elephant is leaving the cap point. Oh no, he's turning around.
I'm just standing on the edge. So they're just using elephant to contest everything. Elephant on A, elephant on C,
An enemy player
Brent is
has
elephant
been
on E,
eliminated.
there is elephant on E, and
Our
an elephant on D.
capture
Yep,
point is
elephants are
contested.
literally on every single point.
Pretty standard maneuver. Again, a nice slow opening as we saw in the last match.
Slow opening, sounds like a chess match. Anyway, Denis Vegas pushing in with dual swords, Brent is still hanging out with one elephant in the back. Well, having that watchtower, even for a brief second, reveals that there's literally nothing coming in, so that elephant could be pushed over up to E. That unit of infantry is almost dead, so now when Denis Vegas comes in, he should be able to kill it pretty quickly. There's only 26 people remaining, very low
You know,
HP
I
as
was
well.
asking some of the players about those gladiator units, and very, very vulnerable to ranged, which is what we see bring over here by Vertigo. But apparently, they can hold their own against Sulla. They can beat it to Sulla in 1v1.
Also, breaking news, archers cannot contest points, so as long as this unit is dead and Denis Vegas has at least one soldier alive, they get a point. Tsulateli is coming in with his dogs and swordsmen, so he should probably make it in time, and
Yeah, I
that
think the
capture
one
is not
dog
going to go
unit-
through.
I think the one dog unit was actually quite a nice pick from Solitaire. I mean, we saw dogs in the previous games, and I don't really think they lived up to it, but having
That
one
looks
unit
like a
of
huge advantage to everyone's marksman on this flank, though.
it does indeed. Great.
Although they do not have
great
the
strategy.
watchtower, so maybe there's some units that we do not see from the side of submission
Stephanos
lancers.
archers are ridiculously far forward.
Oh, okay. Now this is something that I like to see. Now they're moving over a lot of units to see. They're bringing over Steppenwolf's archers, so there are only 2 units. Third one is somewhere.
The third one is dead at the top of the map. You can see it at the very tiny one, top right-hand corner, underneath the D marker.
Yeah, see. Whatever.
It's
Oh, that elephant is just going straight up to. Okay, no, he just
No,
stands
here
at
he
the edge.
comes.
Okay. Yeah, I thought maybe he got scared away. But no, okay, he's not stupid, he just stands there, buys time. Now push from E to B onto Brandon's elephant.
Our
He's
capture
going
point
back
is
to bring
contested.
back one of his elephants that died over there. And now those archers just need to kill those elephants, well, that one elephant pretty quickly. There's Leonidas just cheering on,
yeah, just giving some moral support there.
trying to chase an elephant in a phalanx. Yep. Interesting to see. Speaking of elephants, another one comes in. Dogs are charging him in to slow him down, but they're obviously not going to prevent him from getting over the point. That charge is only going to knock him back for so long. 2 units of dogs coming in on the side of E. Try to maybe delay the Vladimir's heavy infantry on Sulla. Could have been
Not sure
possibly
that's
sent
gonna
against these elements. I think it's a good move. Buys him some time, then Vegas charges in, gets the archers, dogs are being sent over, but it's too little too late. The archers have been cut out, they will be routed. Let's see how much of them can be cut down.
And the other
dogs
Vertigo
are going to
archers being
stomp
caught
him
up by
a
those
little bit.
dogs. The other Vertigo archers right at the back, they're being caught up by those dogs there, so fine.
Yeah, but our reality check is that both teams can defend their respective side points, and it's all
Yeah.
going to come down onto who can capture C in this early stage of the battle. The elephants have been killed. Poor cavalry tries to make it in, doesn't. He's being stopped. There we go. Now he walks. How is that counted as in? I have no idea, but another unit definitely
I think
makes
it's
it in.
Scipio himself is in the camp. I think that's might be why.
No, it's always the center of the unit.
An allied
So
capture point
it's
is under
it's
attack.
just a little bit of arena magic over here. But
Well, pros on the
manages to
unit, as you
get
said, is
one
that-
clear unit in with Oath. So now it will take them a while to cut them down, but they do have Leonidas in the area, so one shield
Yeah,
bash,
those pipes.
also a barrage in the ass will help.
Our capture
Although we
point is
didn't
contested.
look.
Sending the archers into melee, look at them go!
I mean, it makes sense if you can route the unit, but
It's got
you can't.
it's got oath, so
It has Oath, yes. So
You
it
can try
doesn't
to
make
break it
sense.
with
You should just keep shooting. That is quite a rookie mistake. I mean, okay, it is an advanced move, but it's an advanced move used in the wrong situations. Like, oh, I
That
saw
is
that
only
cool
2
trick
units,
on
though.
you. Yeah, it's like I saw this
You
cool
might
trick
be
on
looking at
YouTube,
another
but I'm not
You
going
might
to
be-
use it
The enemy base is
correctly
vulnerable.
or understand when it should be used.
Well, he might be microing the other unit of archers that I really can't see anywhere, so he might have just misplayed, right-clicked, and it was like, yep, melee mode, here we go.
Maybe. Also, not
Um,
really, because those are the only 2 units alive. So there we go. Get wrecked.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, okay,
Right.
so now, back to the reality check. C has been secured by Abraham's marksman. everything's fine. Just defend A. You have Pelasgus and Grey healing. But they will not bring any units back with them, so those are just 2 units healing, the 2 units will be brought back. But healing is being denied. What is... Oh, obviously. One guy is stuck somewhere on a tree. Yeah, see, this guy,
There he is.
right here. It's all his fault. There we go. Just bumps in like a retard.
Centurion. That's Grey's unit. I'm not sure what was stopping Palace.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Well, Pelasgus also had someone, but then he managed to get it through. So once the unit heals up, everybody teleports back in, right?
No, yeah. C's been left open, but that 20 seconds is enough for the the heal point on C. That's some units coming back.
Well, I wonder if they can capture it. Commander Gats is now coming in with cavalry. Is that Scipio cavalry or not? No, it's
Hasdrubal.
Yeah, it has Hasdrubal cavalry. It's the premium ones as well. Not like it really makes a difference, I guess.
It
Barrage
does actually
now.
it has a fair ability. It has a minus 15 AoE morale, which can be used to which can be used.
Piercing blows. Ooh la la.
That one is pretty nice. It just basically replaces the vicious strikes that are usually on the.
Yeah, I mean, I would expect them to be ever so slightly stronger than regular cavalry, but it's not like that big of a difference. But
no, I think
the tier 7's one are the one that can throw spears, javelins, right?
Yeah, it goes back to the Numidian. I think they are the ones that are just called the Numidian cavalry. So it does actually, despite the look of Mahabal's cavalry, it is actually heavy, relatively speaking, compared to the other tier 7 choice. So it might be.
Well, actually, I think the regular ones will be better then, because being able to throw javelins to stop healing, I think is valuable.
I think
it's a niche scenario, but when you need it and when it makes a difference, it makes a difference.
But then the fear is also a niche one as well, which is quite nice.
Okay, anyway, C contested by an elephant, E being captured by an elephant, Vertigo is just going to...
shot by an elephant.
Yeah, they're probably assuming, okay, we're just going to kill that elephant, so just let him stay there.
It's not Hasdrubal,
going for pretty decent.
An enemy player has been eliminated.
It's going to be pretty quick, to be honest, on the killing of the elephant there.
Yeah. But Brent already positioning himself to bring the elephant back, and the other one he lost earlier. So they're now coming around, trying to maybe reinforce the C contest, but
he's got to be careful for the veterancy. He's just given away veterancy though by the other one dying, so...
I mean, it's not like he could have run away from that area.
Yeah, like 50% slow, so...
So just by standing on top of a point, he denied the point gain, which is the most important thing.
He's back already as well with that unit positioned.
Yeah, so a Brunus marksman attacked D, but nobody surprised. A lot of units pouring out of the healing zone. Some of them possibly spawning in as a player who has completely died earlier. So that is not going to go through, as the last unit slowly dies on A. Well, okay, so let's ask you a question, George, since you are my color-caster. What is the victory condition for Summation Lancers in this battle? How do they come back?
We're spectating Salmations, or... No, we're spectating
Eburones. Summations are red and they are at a disadvantage.
Yep, okay. Thank you, yeah. Well, I feel like if they can continue this push on C without, but still putting pressure somewhere else, because there's that cavalry and those dogs that have just respawned. I think if they don't stack as many units on D, that's what happened last game. There was a massive overstack on D at some point, and you just need to get the units moving. You only need one unit to contest, and so if you've got like 9 just sitting around it doesn't really hold as much value. So we see here, there's only 1 unit of spears left, yet there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 units, plus the ones on the observation point around that area. So that's big overcommittal when some of them could already be moving towards A.
Now my victory condition is, I think they should push A, just given what they see. They have the watchtower over here. They see that there's not that many units defending A, and we just saw a lot of them spawning out on D. So they're probably already thinking about attacking A and trying to win that way. Special has respawned at E. He is Leonidas, I would assume. Yes, he is. So the assumption here is, again, they're just going to put Special's Leonidas on E, put an elephant possibly on B, maybe put Special on B as well to just not neutralize elephant with an elephant. especially since their elephant is lower on HP, although he can kill. And then just push with everything onto D. Quark and Oath over here. They also have Gamkara coming in, and now the huge push through the forest is coming through. Although pushing through the forest isn't that good, but just given how or where all the units are, that just makes the most sense. What doesn't make that much sense is attacking C from this position, maybe, given how many reinforcements from Avernus marksmen are coming in. They don't have the watchtower that would reveal any of it.
It does seem that they're making an unequal trade here, to be honest. It seems like they're trying to trade points, but I'm not quite sure.
Well, okay, this watchtower over here reveals up to a portion of C.
Yeah.
So they see this entire forest, and obviously this one. So they should know. The more they should know that they're not going to get C. But maybe that's a division force, but then again, they don't seem to have a force of their own up here, which is now going to be revealed. And yeah, they just send everything to C. Or just split very weirdly. They just lack a concentration of force, really. They cannot just put everything in one place and just try to capture something. They just split up. And if you're split up like that and don't create an advantage in one place, the advantage that comes from having a healing zone right next to your point that you're defending is always going to outweigh whatever you have. You need a huge advantage on one of the flanks, not just a slight advantage, because that slight advantage is going to be neutralized and overwhelmed by the presence of a healing zone. Well, let's see, now Avernus marksmen on their way to victory, pushing forward onto E, just one unit of special, supported by Vertigo's archers, though.
Special doesn't pay attention, he's got to be careful, because he can just be outflanked here, and that would be... No. Oh my lord, the archers, though! Vertigo has just eliminated our whole unit of Dennis there.
I mean, it's pretty much literally the worst matchup in the entire game. These guys have two swords, they don't have armor, they don't have a shield, they have only 50 soldiers, so they have lower HP pool.
There they go. Oh my lord, Dennis, a meaningless match there. And now Vertigo, he's going to turn around on the other units of Dennis, and that is looking like curtains for him.
That kind of ranged meta I can get behind. But anyway, B almost has gone down, but it has been responded with an elephant, so...
What is contesting? Oh, there we go, yeah,
it's Sulatelli.
You just blind, they're not picking that up.
I know, infiltration is so tricky, you know. But hey, it's under control, they still have an elephant over there. Probably what we missed is that Brenter went over to heal him up after some contest. But now they're moving Vertigo's archers up, so Sultan is already doing quite decent damage. That elephant is already half HP. So if Vertigo makes it over there, they are reacting. Brenter is coming over, Steppenwolf is coming over, getting positioned above this hill should reveal the archers below, and that's what happens. Brenter coming with another elephant. Another one is being retreated, he can be healed up behind C, behind B, and they can have all three elephants working to defend B. It will be flipped, so Brenda needs to heal at C, which is what he's doing, but that is an opportunity now for Submission Lances to come back into the game if they can somehow pull through with this. But if that's all they have over here, if there's nothing suddenly coming out of this forest as a surprise, they're not doing it. And I think given that they're already trying to run away, that just confirms it. Cavalry coming in by Lord Commander Gats. Quo is trying to match it, but he's slower on his Scipio. And these archers, yeah, they're dead.
Interesting to see where Guts will go now, though, whether he'll position himself at the cap on E straight away, or whether he thinks he needs help at D now. I think personally...
I mean, DB is contested, so that's good for Avernus Marksman as well, just contesting a point, giving less points per second to the enemy team, and once they get control back onto B, they will be in a very good position again.
There we go, B is now secured, so we'll see. Where did Guts unit? Okay, there's one of Guts' units, and there's two. We'll see what if he makes a play.
But I think we start noticing a pattern where teams are investing heavily into this hill, into this forest area, trying to push through here, and then just fighting with a smaller force on the other flank, and then those smaller forces sometimes getting through and capping, like in the previous battle, or here almost succeeding. Okay, well, it wasn't close, it wasn't almost, but
yeah, I think that
they managed to flip it.
Also, people can get held up right at the top of the map. I saw that. Sorry, over the watch point. They were trying to capture the watchtower. They had that secured, but when I was on the other team, they just went straight around the top, and they managed to contest A for a couple minutes. Which obviously that's that's
Yeah, by investing a
that's
huge force, but in the end they didn't capture it. My point is that E and B flank is much easier to attack and capture. So if you want to send a huge force somewhere to change the tide of the battle, do it on the EB flank, don't do it on the AD flank.
I think also there's a lot slower movement through the forest, especially.
I mean, obviously. That's
exactly.
the point.
So I think you are a little bit more exposed if you just run straight through from B to E, but I didn't feel last game that E was pressured that much from
so what I want to see from Summation Lancers in order to win this battle, stop investing into trying to capture A and just go to D. But then again, we can see, which they don't necessarily, is that there are quite a lot of forces around here on the BE line. Maybe that force can push into E, but that also means there's not that much on A.
They are committing more onto that BE line than before. They've added.
They have infantry line killing, so that's pretty good. Only 2 units of swords at the moment, one of them getting quickly cut down. Vertigo coming in, doing more and more damage. Grey sending 2 more units. Those dogs can do some nice damage, as Grey is just going to keep exposing his back. Now he's going to turn, which means he's not going to make it inside the point. Rex, again, for some reason, in form combat. That's not good. That just doesn't work. Not in the situation that you're in. But whatever, let's not make it a lecture on why you shouldn't use it in this situation. But I just know that it is a mistake. And 0 points per second gained by Summation Lancers. Both E and D contested. C is not being contested, B is not being contested, and A is the only one. They need to flip it. And then they still need to hold on to every single other point, which they're going to hold on to D. Are they going to hold on to E? That is the question. Qual seems to be dead, so he can just respawn over here and open on top of E, and they should be fine. So they just need to get A. Grey has last unit. Okay, 2 units, but Espada is dying. There we go, he's dead. Grey almost dead. 16 soldiers. Another unit trying to make it in, but it's not going to. Commander Gat's trying to make it in, but he can just be stopped by infantry.
He does have the double charge though, so I think he's just going to the
He has
archers.
a charge. Yeah, he's just greeting for the archers, to be honest. So, well, okay, maybe he just realized he's not going to get into A, so just pick up the archers while you can, I guess.
Yeah, pick up some kills, maybe make the retake easier. That's obviously potential. I mean, Grey just looking
Brandon is here with his elephant. That elephant can push through.
and Grey just making it in there with 10 guys.
They missed him. They didn't see him coming around this rock.
No, they didn't through those bushes and round the rock. And
Yeah, I
now
mean,
Brent is
but
in.
they saw him before he got into those bushes, so they should just know that he was there.
But now Brent is here,
Yeah,
and I
Brent
think that's
is inside. Dogs are coming in.
Yeah.
Well, the dogs cannot really do that much of a contesting. They're much of a hit and run unit, and in terms of contesting a point, you need to
There's
hit
still
and
just extra
stay.
bodies.
Yeah, that obviously helps, but it's not going to be that much.
Guts picking up another unit of Vertigo's here. It seems like he's
look at that elephant. It's going down very quickly. Another one's coming in, but now they have 2 elephants of their own. These 2 elephants can easily kill Brenter's elephant, as he isn't even facing them. Just 1 trunk in the ass, 1 truck smack. There we go. Smack him in the ass. Okay, he turned around. But the elephant is dead. The other one is also almost dead. How does he kill the dogs? Although Gats has another unit of cavalry that he charges into our wall beautifully.
Picking up the last couple of Vertigo archers though.
Yeah. Other than
Vertigo
he's being
not the
held
whole
down
game.
here by Slatelli Malibir, they can make it. E, okay. Yeah, they're retreating from E. Has been captured down to half, but it's under control. Specialist here blowing that, so he's not going down. C also almost flipped here by Gamilkara, but Commander Gats and the rest are coming in. So it's all about capturing A. And they should be able to make it. The cavalry is charging in. Another 2, 3, 4 units coming in. Lonely Dust is not going to be that fast, but he seems to be pretty fast. Balanced by Caesar. Vertigo, MVP with the archers, trying to stop Grey from coming in. But those still archers. They don't have that much stopping power. He just walked straight through him, or around him.
Unfortunately, he just got asked nicely.
Yeah, and that Leonidas is already rank 4. Oh, that's just such an OP commander. Oh, that just feels bad. Submission Lances could have made a comeback. That's very optimistic, though, going into a locked point, while this one is nowhere near under control yet.
Maybe cutting off reinforcements.
I mean, they don't know. They don't have vision over here, over this entire area.
There we go. He's going to catch some swords, though.
Coming
He
from
might get some swords.
for Submission Lances. I mean, if it's optimistic and it works, then yes, it's the best case scenario. But if it doesn't work, then it suddenly turns into worst case scenario.
It can also provide like false pressure.
He
Now
might be
they know
routed.
there are units there.
He got reflanked. No, hold the line. Does exist.
Oh,
Plus 51
no.
morale.
Ah, yeah.
Joke's on you. You thought you can outsmart me by flanking me?
now
I have a button.
Now he's been Hasdrubal buff, so he's healing as well.
Yeah, he doesn't. Where does that come from, though? Where's the Hasdrubal? Oh, maybe
Elephants.
welcome the gas must have come in. Elephants are Brented. That's Hannibal.
Oh yeah, okay, must be on the other team. I don't know. I'm not going to complain. Someone picking up a bit of Hasdrubal though. I'm not going to complain.
Yeah, it's guts. Yeah, but now they're just standing there. Those two units are just wasting their time at the moment.
And now Gonzalez is committing another dogs unit.
But yeah, okay. It
Velasquez's
seems like some mission lances just don't have reinforcements coming to A. But where are their units though? They're sort of attacking C. There's nothing on E
Yeah,
there.
sort of though. It's everywhere. It's kind of like a sort of. Velasquez is sort of contesting D.
No, I mean, no. Just my point is they're nowhere. They're not on A. They're not on D. They're ever so slightly on C. There's 4 units. 2 units over here. Where's the rest? Where are they?
Did they actually get wipes? Like, did they have to respawn? I can't see that being a thing. I don't see that many that died on A, like to make it that impactful.
Maybe it's all just players, getting bogged down and they cannot.
Oh my
escape.
lord, Velasquez's optimism there though, with no one turning up to D.
Yep.
What is this?
That's a plot twist. Ooh, GG's coming out already. I don't want to be see. Why is nobody spawning in here? They kept dying over here. Somebody should have been able to just respawn and come in, but no. Okay, prediction. They're all on E, and they're all going. Okay, they're not going around as far as because they just captured a watchtower for a brief second there, I think, and there wasn't anything here. Well, they aren't above B. I think that elephant again. Still sort of contesting C, just 1 unit left now. But it is getting flanked, they just need 1 more flank. See, now is where you come in and melee with archers and apply that 1 flank to drop the last 8 morale.
An enemy capture point.
But not when the guy is in, no. Oh, they managed to contest D. An elephant came in. They already lost half HP, probably going through pike phalanx. No, that's not very healthy for an elephant. Or for anybody for that matter.
I mean, Velasquez's pike phalanx is kind of facing the wrong way at the moment, but he flips it around.
Yes.
He comes around, and where's his other units that they were super high
Technically he's not in melee, technically he's now in phalanx and doing a shit ton of friendly fire to his cavalry.
Nice! Look at those dogs melt! Wow, I wonder what happened to them. I'm sure
they cannot actually die from phalanx because they're immune. But yeah, that damage on the cavalry, that quarter to half health lost on each unit, that was kind of friendly fire. But if it's in the name of killing an elephant and capturing the point, that's okay.
Yeah, I guess a few handlers aren't a miss.
It's technically not in melee before going in. And there we go, that elephant is now being pushed out. There's no killing zone anymore,
bodied
so
out of the point.
Cannot spawn in. Yeah, now they're launching some sort of an attack, going through here for the watchtower.
Look at those archers on the point, vertigo, going in like a madman.
We have secured a
I mean, I've been there. It's just desperate. It's like my infantry doesn't want to get on top of the point, so I guess I will. But I'm just an archer. What can I do? I can tell you, he cannot do much. Speaking of which, he was getting a lot of damage done. Let's see how it went in this battle. Still technically the most.
Yeah, a lot of damage racked up.
Didn't count to a lot. Not really. So it was range meta, and this player has outperformed the other range player. Now that I've sealed the deal, but score-wise, it's completely a different story. Seems like that Leonidas contesting the points and those elephants and all that stuff That has come in clutch.
I mean, just 10 seconds now, really. There's nothing they can do. There's so many points unlocked.
Yeah, it's GG.
That's a good game.
666 1,000 damage. Oof. That's a big oof. Just farming those fools, friends and foes alike. Well, it is a best of 3 on Vesuvius, and now it's 1 to 1. So let's create the final lobby for today. Excuse you, Judge. Well, I mean, if you have to go, then you have to go.
Yeah, I'm not
What do you
sure
mean,
how many
nope?
other people- There's only sort of 6 people left, I think. All right. Well, thanks for letting me cast the games with you, and captaining that one game was very fun. Both of those games were a little bit closer than the first one, so yeah, I enjoyed it. Thank you.
Yeah, so on that bombshell, I guess we end the show. Yeah. People just stopped having fun. Apparently, even though the last 2 battles were absolutely the best. Maybe it's partially because of Vesuvius. Because Vesuvius is a really cool map. Well, we got 2 good replays. 2 teams have won on that map. And in almost 5 hours, we got 4 battles. So yeah, instead of 9 battles, we got 4. Perfect. Well, 4 battles. 1 of them was one-sided. The other 3 were close. One was a throw. The third one was close. The 4th one, a little bit one-sided. But overall, 2-1 to Submission Lances, which were the better team. If we ignore the first stomp. Yeah, we can put a good spin on it. Okay, well, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you around the next tournament. But with this level of quality of contestants, where they just don't want to play, don't want to join lobbies, cannot organize themselves. Yeah, I don't know about that. Also, everybody who came, you're the MVP. Still better than not coming at all, not signing up at all, and just being a miserable something. You're at least a little bit less miserable and came in to have fun for at least a few battles. So you get some respect points for that at least.